F10, and due to F10 being my my hotkey, which at that point it was the apostrophe. I press F10, look up, it's like, I was about to say, now I'm recording, and then it's like, oh, no, I'm not recording. Okay, why? Takes a look at the the recording device. Is record slash stop hotkey is set to apostrophe, not F10, like how I typically had it.
So we're recording?
Yeah, now we're recording.
Okay, so I have to admit this on video. I am an idiot.
Well, we
Wyron
knew
should have
that.
done this. So Wyron should have done this back in Dunwich and investigated MA because he and I was an idiot and didn't go to like the bars or the guild and actually ask for information on if he was a known person. So
yeah, you guys kept forgetting to go and ask the NPCs about stuff.
Yeah.
Oh so, yeah, I also went and made sure that I added Haseo's aura. There's a square, right?
Yeah, there's a square around me.
Oh, your Aura the Conqueror?
Well, the ones that give you a +3 to all your saves.
Yeah.
Oh shit, nice.
Yeah, it's great to have a paladin.
Is it just for him, or does it affect his allies too?
Everybody.
Me and allies.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, that's
friendly
awesome.
creatures.
Yeah, within his aura, which how far out does that aura go?
10 feet.
Basically, if you're in that yellow square, you get affected by it.
Yeah, so as long as we're pretty close by, we'll get it. That's pretty cool.
So is Wyron currently in the square?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he right on the edge of it?
Yeah, he's right on the edge of it. So if he goes one square more to the right, it's not going to
work. There's the square.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, if we're...
No, there.
Yeah, it's more like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we're within...
yeah, just part of it's cut off for me.
Right.
But yeah, so basically if you're in that square, if we all crowd around him, we get like saves and stuff. But it's not a great idea to crowd around him.
Well, if you get behind me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a decent idea, but the casters pretty much have to be like on this row, and even on that row, it's kind of dangerous for them to be at.
Yeah. So yeah, I would need to be like here. If you're the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we could have Connor like over here and like Speed over here.
I'm gonna remove the tractor and the toggle van from the car,
like,
so I don't have
Billy somewhere, and we could pretty much make a good wall to stop people from getting to you.
Yeah, but it's not a great idea for if we fight a dragon because
AOE
breath weapon. Yeah. Breath weapon.
Yeah.
Which
if it's a creature that we don't think has AOE, it's a good strategy.
Yes. I was gonna talk to you, Gordon, about this. In my head, Wyron has read basically everything he could possibly reach on two creatures. One is beholders because he's terrified of them.
All right.
And two would be dragons just because dragons are cool.
All right.
So he would like know types and like breath weapons.
All right then.
And like things like that.
I don't mind giving you that, so you don't have to roll for the knowledge on the dragons or on beholders then.
Yeah, because for the beholders, I would even go so far as to let you, if you wanted to include it, like when he sees them, to make a fright check. Because
my knowledge would probably be on demons.
Well, to be fair, you would have to make a save to go and not be frightened of the beholder once you see it.
Yeah, it just
because technically that is a fright check.
Yes, if you want to go that far with it. I would allow it because that is.
Oh no, I would say that that's definitely a character, so I will probably go and have that occur.
Yeah. So if he becomes like that, he'll have to make saves on it to get better. Which, if he's within the Conqueror's aura, he can make it with +3. So yay!
Yeah. So let's see.
By the way, can I take care of something?
Sure.
I go and place my hand on Wyron's shoulder
Okay.
and tell him, "You need to stop running ahead."
Oh,
Oh.
what do you mean?
Well, there was a time you almost died by going right up in front when you tried to save your church. And there's the
Okay.
other time where you had the brilliant idea to fly ahead of everyone when something could have been over there in the sewers ready to kill you. And no one could have got to you in time.
Point taken.
And then I pull out my sword and I hand it to him, and I need a favor. Do you know how to enchant?
I mean, yeah, I told you I do. So what do you want?
Can you make this do lightning?
Take me about a day, and I'd
Okay, then.
probably have to recharge it like once a month.
Works for me. I remove my hand and there's a symbol of my god.
You
Prestidigitation.
ass.
Nice.
Okay. Wyra's going to cast Phantasmal Force on Haseo.
Alright. What do you need for that?
He needs to make a DC 15. Well, he needs to make. I think it's a Wisdom saving throw.
Alright.
I think.
You click on wisdom, right?
Yep.
I think. Let me make sure.
20.
No, it's intelligence.
Oh.
Versus my. Okay, so it's intelligence.
21.
Oh, well, you succeed. Shit. Doesn't work.
Right.
I was gonna totally have a fox girl, like, walk up to you and start kissing you.
Yeah, I would have been fairly distracted.
Yeah. It would have been completely in your head, because everybody else would just see you making out with air.
Oh yeah, I probably need to add something for my character, like a weakness for fox girls.
Alright.
So I think that's probably a bad way to put it. Just likes fox girls.
He
I need
will
a
not
better way to
attack.
phrase it.
No, that seems pretty fine for wording. To be fair, that's also something that's kind of just like roleplay, so
Yeah.
you can just roleplay it like that. It doesn't need to have like some sort of combat encounter
Yeah.
type thing.
Well, unless we fight a fox girl, then I won't really want to do her harm.
Yeah.
Banish.
Old person. Someone get rope. Restrain. There's no hurt.
Honestly, I believe I have some rope.
I think I have rope too.
We
I think we all have
rope.
rope. Yeah. Okay.
Outside of like Mara.
Yeah, now I want to try to find the blacksmith.
Alright, so you essentially take about like I would say 2 hours since you're decently unfamiliar with the city, because I assume that this is before. Oh wait, no, never mind. Do you actually have Mara show you, since technically this could be done like as the 2 weeks that you technically gotten, or that you've been allowed? Because yeah,
Okay.
Wyra and Speed both used up like 2 weeks, so you're 2 weeks behind them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you have Mara guide you, or?
Yeah.
All right then. So she kind of just leads you around, and it takes about, I would say, a half hour to go and get to where she's is essentially just stopping, or at least leads you to. Oh. And then she just says, "This is a blacksmith. Uh, uh, just let me know when you're done." Done, as she just kind of walks off.
Okay.
So what do you do in said blacksmith?
I want to improve my armor.
Uh. All right. So what do you say to the blacksmith then?
Want to know if you can improve my armor.
Um. I can. What type of armor is it?
Plate.
Alright. Well, I could improve it, but it's probably gonna take me about 3 days to improve it, and I would, need about 100 gold to do so.
Okay. Done deal.
Oh yeah, and also keep in mind, Haseo. Oh, this is also when Crow still does have money. Cause yeah, Crow's lost all.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Rep.
That was
Yeah.
highly unfortunate.
Yes, very.
Yeah, that was apparently a thing about crime that I slightly didn't realize was a thing.
Can we retcon this and say that he borrowed from the bank? Took some of that instead. He doesn't have to spend his own money.
Well, to be fair, then he's in debt.
No, I mean he took some of Crow's money to do it. No, never mind.
No. Sorry.
All right.
Uh,
So 3 days for that, and
yeah.
a day for me to enchant the sword with lightning damage.
Yeah. Oh.
And then are you gonna get the sword to be a +1 or?
Yeah. You can essentially just edit it. Oh. Yeah, right. It's an enchanted one now.
Yeah, it does lightning damage.
To be fair, it probably would have been easier to have done that after getting it essentially improved.
So you're saying I should have made him go to the blacksmith with the weapon first?
Yeah,
Interesting.
because now there's an inscription, so by him being on it, it might actually the improvements might actually get rid of that enchantment.
Okay.
Well,
And
hold
then
on. I thought
also there's
+1 took the slot of the enchantment.
fair enough. So
Am I wrong?
On what? Sorry.
That the +1 takes the slot of the enchantment, so you can't have both or something.
No.
Oh no, you can
Oh.
have both.
It's just
Which
that
is why.
Essentially what he might do is kind of just put another coat of armor, of like steel or something on the sword.
Well,
And it's due to that that it kind of just fades away that enchantment, or at least that might. So
Okay.
well,
so
I could just have it redone.
yeah.
Enchantment. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do that.
So yeah, so first off, okay, instead of me
Also,
doing
it's
like
50. Or yeah, out of my way so I can actually roll it. All right. Fair enough.
Okay, so basically, subtract another 100 gold.
Yeah. And then add +1 to your weapon.
How does one do that? Let's see. Oops, that's an 8.
Yeah, I find it funny how I'm pretty sure that I actually just accidentally did something that was quite literally Actually, no, never mind. I have to first do several
Okay.
different calculations.
So let's see. For +1, what would I click?
Uh, let's see.
Actually, I can see where I'd add the lightning D, the extra damage. Damage 2.
It was a D6 for the lightning for thunder clouds, right?
I
Oh, is
think it
it
said it's 1d8.
1d8? Yeah,
Okay.
for shocking grasp.
Thunder, or was it lightning?
It's lightning.
All right.
Or is it thunder?
It's going crazy.
Oh, right.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
lightning
how.
damage.
Okay, so that's how I'd set it up. I change attack to +1, and then change the damage type.
Yeah.
Okay, well now I know for future reference.
And it should, if I go and do this, yep, it rolls the lightning plus the radiant.
Okay. By the way, I do want to kind of get something with a feat eventually, but it's not something you have. It's probably something you'd have to add manually.
What?
The Byron, what was it? The Shield Master or some shit like that?
Oh, it was in the UA feat stuff. I don't. Have to find it
Shield
again.
Master?
I don't.
Yeah, it's basically like
No,
you're hyper proficient with the shield.
I have that.
Oh. Well then, 'cause I was gonna ask if I got that, I'd be able to use two-handed attacks with the shield. Because I'd be really proficient with the shield at that point.
Sorry, what? What were you responding? Because I got scanning up.
Oh.
So,
If I was able to get that, if I'd also be able to do two-handed attacks with a shield. Because of having that feat.
so like, use the shield two-handed and then
Well-
attack with it,
well-
or just?
Well, no, like, have the shield and do two-handed attacks with, like, my weapon. If that'd be allowed with that feat. Pretty much DM rule stuff. Like, the DM decides kind of stuff.
I would say that it doesn't help you to do that. So, like, if the
Okay.
shield would normally allow you to go and do that, then I would say that yes, you could use a two-handed weapon, but that feat doesn't specifically state or
Okay.
doesn't, to me, allow for a two-handed weapon to be used with a shield. That unless the shield would normally allow it.
Okay.
So you have all that going, and you have 2 weeks. So what are you doing for the 2 weeks?
Don't know what I'd be doing, honestly.
No, there is the pit fights.
Yeah, but at least for a bit of that, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, to be fair, you could still be in like a boxing match, because that's technically pit fighting.
Yeah, that'll work. I could be able to do that without armor.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, never mind.
What?
I was gonna see if I could borrow like the belt of giant strength from Lyran. Just try not to get caught cheating at boxing.
I mean, technically, I'm not using it for like I was not using it for those 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, so it's unattuned.
So
Yeah.
I could have given it to him.
Well, yeah, you could, but to be fair, it also doesn't give him the effect because he's not attuned to it.
Yeah, but I could.
I could have given it to him to attune to.
That would break
the
the
DM,
Byron's attunement, though.
yes, I can reattune to it later.
Fair.
That's if you want it back, also.
Yeah,
Because that would. What does it increase your strength to? Because mine's 15 right now.
21.
Yeah, that'd be a +6 for my strength.
No, it would still be a +5.
Plus 5.
No, I'm saying like it increased my strength by 6. That's what I meant.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah, sorry, no, I thought you were meaning and
No.
like
No.
I mean, technically, if we were spending if we all agree that we're going to spend some time in the city doing things, I could see how he would come up to me and like ask me to borrow it until we went on a quest or anything or something.
And then there's even if you actually want it back, because I don't know if you could put it as good as use. Because how often are you punching people in combat?
It's not about the punching; it's about the carry weight.
Oh.
Because as it is, I'm at 58.379 pounds, and I can only carry like 65 or something like
well,
that.
to be fair, I also don't really go off of encumbered much.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only thing that would actually matter for is if you're suddenly gaining and that much weight. Then it's an issue.
Other than that, the only thing it really affects for me is athletics, and my strength saving throw, which I haven't really used much for.
Yeah, for example, if you're carrying somebody like with Mara, you would actually have to go and carry 138 pounds, which is her herself, and then also technically be able to carry her equipment.
So yeah, the only reason it comes up is if I want to carry somebody when I'm flying.
Yeah, if you really wanted to carry stuff, you could try your damnedest to turn the floating disc spell into a cantrip.
Yeah, but I mean, it does not really affect me, and so yeah, I probably would just give the belt of giant strength to Haseo, because it doesn't actually. It all it does is gives me a +5 of my strength saving throws, and adds a little bit to my athletics. So yeah, if you would, Gordon, just transfer the belt of giant strength to Haseo.
And also, before I do my stuff, I want to make sure in the pit fighting if I can chanted stuff like that's allowed.
I would say that is probably allowed.
Yeah, because honor and not cheating.
To be fair, technically at this point, Speed's also essentially looking for somebody to res Connor, who.
Well, already did.
True.
Oh, not at the current moment, right?
Yeah, like at that point, you're still on that.
Hmm.
Curry is buried, but technically, if I recall correctly, you should have enough to pay for it.
I think we did bury him, but it was like after the couple days we spent.
I paid for the burial. That's why I'm down to so gold.
And we had a couple words for Kurt and went on our merry way.
Yeah, I got 160 gold and 9 electrum.
So do I just change the plate armor to just name plate armor +1?
Oh no, like that one you have to actually edit the item itself. So like, you just go down to where it says plate armor. Click that little icon that is like the little eye, and then just go to AC and hit 19. We'll change the 18 to a 19, and now it's a +1 plate.
Okay. and also have to add that on the name.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still learning.
Yeah.
Now I know that for future.
To be fair, there's also something Speed could be doing and on his initiative rolls that he apparently has not been doing.
What the hell is that?
You can make them with advantage.
You can roll initiative with advantage?
You can.
I didn't even know you could do it with advantage. I didn't think it made a difference.
More
Just
likely
depends
to
whether you
start
want to
first.
go first.
How? Like what is making me do that though? Is the question. Alert, or is it something else? I mean, I get a bonus. Oh, it does say advantage. Other creatures don't gain advantage on. No, that's attack rolls.
Yeah, hi. That's a
Wait.
very good build. That's it's a very good thing about barbarians that all barbarians get.
Oh, yeah, I just got that. I forgot.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it because it's a fresh ability. So
Yeah, I don't think I've even had a chance to use it yet. I think I literally
no,
just got it.
you had it with the
Oh, in the
sewers.
sewer. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you had several chances to use it. You just never did.
Crap. Okay.
You have the alert feat.
Yeah, I have
He
alert.
does. He has both.
That's why my initiative's so high. It's at an 8 instead of a 3.
Oh shit!
Yeah. That's why I usually go first all the time. Unless
Yeah,
I just roll poorly.
It also means I can't surprise you with anything.
No.
Yeah, but I'm gonna definitely tune to that belt though.
All right. So that then just roll athletics, acrobatics, and the special con.
Well, I need to tune to it first, don't I?
Yeah, but that only takes an hour.
Ah, but I don't see it in my inventory yet. Oops.
All right. Just make sure that it gets to a 0 when you actually give it back to Wyron.
I went ahead and changed it to 21 because I'm gonna be tuning to it. Just
What
hasn't
was
been
it
added
before?
yet. It was a 15.
Yeah, keep it at 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the belt will automatically upgrade it
Yeah.
Okay.
once it's in your inventory.
See?
Oh, yeah.
And then when you go and just unequip it. Okay, apparently it got added twice. But when it gets unequipped, see how it goes back down to 15?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why you don't change it. You just let it auto do it.
Okay.
Plus, if you hover over it when it's 21, it'll actually show that it is supposed to be 15. So.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, now what do I need to roll?
Oh. It was athletics, acrobatics, and the special con roll that has a roll added of your largest hit die. As I pass it.
And then what was the last one?
Con with your highest hit die.
Con, and then
You could have just did like you could have just did that and it would have told you the exact result.
oh, yeah. It's been a bit.
Alright. You still get 200 gold.
Oh.
Or
Well, I
if
made
you want to be
everything back.
technical, 20 plat.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in the gold until we start mainly using plat.
Oh, a lot of the cars will actually be in plat.
Well, then I'm just going to have that be plat then. Plus, that will be less weight.
Yeah. So, and then I take you do it again.
Yep.
Alright, so that time you're actually gonna have a challenge. They apparently just gave you easy fights for the first week. Alright.
Well, the first week was a boxing match. The second week, he actually has his equipment back. Ouch.
I will laugh if it is like this. Alright, so yeah, that. What would have found funny is if you got accused for cheating, and because you won all your fights and then you lost all your fights. So yeah, that's the thing. And now Crow's got arrested, probably has gotten bailed out by Mara, and Mara hates basically, and Mara now calls all of you idiots. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to your player thoughts about Mara essentially thinking you all are idiots.
I don't know if I would have been there to get called an idiot.
Oh no, she thinks you're an idiot for, going down into that one trap and getting killed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's just that now she thinks that
understandable.
No, now she thinks that Crow is also an idiot because Crow tried to rob a king and failed.
She should have tried to rob a minor king. Not a king of a big nation.
Well, to be fair, just robbing any king is a DC 30.
Oh.
And that's actually not even the hardest DC. That's not the hardest DC for a crime.
What's the hardest DC?
The big one. Such as, if you can think of, the Union Depository where, basically all the gold is stored, you're robbing that. And that has high security, so, there's probably guards all over the place. The guards also probably have sea invisibility, so that would not help you. So, yeah, it's just all of that makes it a DC 35, but if you can get that DC 35 all 3 times, you can make out there with a whopping 7K gold.
Wow.
Yeah. Crow tried going for 3K and just barely failed all of their checks, which is what cost them all their gold. Because they had to pay a fine of 3K gold. So.
Yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, it truly did.
But since not many people are here, we're just going to push it off to another day.
Well, we still could do things.
Oh, well, just Shadow's needing me to mod for him.
Oh, that's why that math is not adding up. I wouldn't put it in wrong. Wait, why was I doing that? Okay, yeah, that makes much more sense.
Yeah, Gordon, Shadow's needing me to mod for him right now.
Wretched is?
Shadow, he's needing me to mod.
Ah. Alright. So then are we doing this as a shorter session, or are we going to just try to do more weeks of of just like stuff around town?
Probably just more stuff around town.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Don't matter to me. Whichever.
I'm fine with it. I need to train the freaking thing so I can get Cybolt.
To be fair, you guys probably could do the dragon stuff. It's just on the way from the dragon that's not gonna really be that well.
So I could do the Dragon Lair. It's just coming back from the Dragon Lair.
Yeah.
Would our chances increase if we decided to kill Billy and make Billy into the Green Dragon?
Mara will probably really dislike you for that.
I don't care. We need the green
We,
dragon.
we don't care.
And I say
If we
it's
can
freaking
actually,
a dragon
if we're
Billy.
strong enough to raise the dragon at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think he is, because the ability states that he can,
Yeah.
as long as we get rid of Billy.
Right, we just gotta get rid of Minion Billy. Or Mimic Billy.
I mean, technically we can get rid of Mimic Billy pretty freaking easy without having to actually hurt him ourselves. We just have
Throw
to
him at the
send
dragon.
him. Yeah,
Yeah.
throw him
Yeah.
at the dragon.
I just got waiting.
Right.
I mean, do we want to try this, guys?
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind.
I mean,
Uh,
I mean, if we beat the dragon, we can just leave off there.
Yeah.
Well, I actually have to go.
Yeah.
Aw.
yeah. It's just, do you guys
Uh.
want to try doing the dragon fight with 2 people?
I mean,
That's
not
probably.
really.
I'm gonna say it's probably not smart.
No. I mean, I'm not really available any of the rest of the week though, so I wouldn't be able to come back till Tuesday.
Yeah, that's my
Tuesday.
problem too.
Yeah, that's pretty much where everybody's at, because I'm free for several different points of the week, but it's just that you guys aren't.
I mean, yeah. Because work.
Yeah.
Gotta earn money. Really wish we could have Bale and Crow.
Oh, that's why that didn't add up. Okay. Yeah, I was doing prices for at least the stuff that you guys probably were wanting to buy. And I was like 6 short, and I'm like, wait, why is it 6 short? I forgot to add in the wages.
But
So are we doing the Dragon with 2 or just things around town?
Probably not do the dragon now. That's probably a terrible idea.
yeah.
Even though we might be fine, probably not a smart idea to try.
Yeah.
To be fair, it might help for the stuff going back, though. Oh, it's just your choice.
Right.
I've actually seen the lair.
Yeah.
Don't know if we could do that with just Connor, Billy, me, and Mara, and Speed. Oh,
There's
and
also
JoJo. Yeah, JoJo.
JoJo!
Which, by the way, if you go into the journal and look at JoJo's avatar,
Yeah, Speed, is your character a male?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's Speed alone.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Then Speed can go and make JoJo pregnant with Speedwagon's kid.
No, I can't do that.
because Jonathan is actually a female.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. I had no clue.
Yeah. Simply for the meme of how he always tried to dress up as a lady. He is now a beautiful lady. He got reincarnated as one.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, she's adorable actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Speedwagon can have an heir in this timeline.
Yeah, I'm gonna say because in the show he technically never married and he stayed single and yeah.
Now you can make a baby with hormone.
Hamon! I'm gonna have a Hamon baby. Nice. It threw me off with being Jonathan Joestar. I didn't expect it to be female.
Yeah.
Neither did I. And then I clicked on the image, and I'm like,
Like, not
things.
yeah.
Yeah, and after he pointed that out, it's like, well, I would say that he's a guy. Then I looked at the outfit. It's like, well, technically he could be both. So yeah, why not? Why not make him just a female for the meme?
That ship explosion isekai'd him into this world.
Yes, and he became a beautiful lady.
nice.
Which I pointed out mainly because Exilium wants to get your Wood Elf character pregnant. I'm like, technically, our Luxodon Speedwagon could get Jonathan pregnant and have a weird child.
Yeah, what would it even look like? I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, because I think that it would come out as an elf because of the Fey magic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just a really buff elf.
Nice, yeah.
And I now have prices for the vehicles for the people that have actually requested vehicles.
All right. How much does the Hummer cost?
20 plat.
I have 20 plat.
I have 16.
I transfer 4 plat.
Wyvern would like to go buy a car.
Actually, I'm just gonna give him 5 extra plat.
Why 5 extra?
So that I have 10 gold still. I'm now down to 10 gold. I'd like to buy a Hummer.
Okay, I'm gonna head out.
Alright.
Alright, see ya, Haseo.
See you guys.
And subtract. Let me see if Azia's actually subtracted the 5. You said he gave you 10 plat, right?
Oh no, he's saying 5. So I have 10 gold left over to do what I want to do with. If I decide to do anything with 10 gold. No, I'm.
Oh yeah, right.
So yeah, I spend 20 plat. I go to the automobile distributor, and I require about the Hummer.
Alright. Let me just go and roll up what race you actually are interacting with. You're interacting with a centaur. You find
Nice.
a centaur at the car dealership. As they kind of just turn to you, and say, "Yo, what can I do for you?"
Well, I'm looking for. I've heard about these wonderful machines that you have. I'm looking for something that is sturdy, could possibly go off road, accommodate a group of adventurers. Any vehicles like that?
For a typical adventuring group, especially for one that wants to do it off-road, I would recommend the Hummer. As she just points to this big, like, box-ish type vehicle, which is basically like the Hummer as you know how it is.
Oh yeah. Wyron walks over to it, takes a look at it. How much is it?
That is 20 plat.
Okay. And does that include instructions on how to drive it? And take care of it?
Pretty much all you need to do is just flow magic through it. It doesn't need instructions.
Okay. Okay, I hand over 20 plat.
Alright. And they hand over the car keys to the Hummer.
Okay. Now I go
and
to
also
find.
What car?
Oh. It's going to be a deep navy blue.
All right. I more just wanted to know on that so that I know what to go into GTA and get a picture of a Hummer on.
Okay. I then take this fine ride I have. I'm going to find Speed and show it to him.
What's Speed's reaction to seeing a Hummer?
Be like, what is this monstrosity? Because he wouldn't have any clue what the fuck a Hummer is.
It's a big box's vehicle.
Yeah.
Have you
I
not
have a
seen a
car.
Hummer?
Well, Speedwagon hasn't. Because he's from like 1900, he wouldn't fucking know what a Hummer is.
I got us transportation for whenever we leave.
I mean, he would know what a car would be, but he wouldn't know like of a Hummer, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Throw Billy in the back, Connor get in the back, Speed up here with me. We're going for a ride around the city.
And
How fast do you drive around the city?
And then while you're driving it, I'm just like super cautious. I'm like super tense. I'm like, oh god, what the fuck?
Oh, it gets so much worse for you. Why was never driven a car before?
So you have no clue how to drive it. You're just like,
I'm figuring it out as we go.
Yeah.
But yes, Wyron has bought a Hummer for the group,
cool.
and we can.
How fast does he drive the Hummer?
Oh, not very fast. Not in the city.
Yeah.
He'd be like maybe going 20 miles an hour.
All right. Fair enough.
Just not going really fast, but trying to get the hang of how to drive it right now. Now, if we left the city, and I'll leave this up to Speed whether or not we do, Wyron would get away from the city and then just open it up and go for a while. But no.
Oh yeah, and also Speed, so you can see about what it is. There's the updated world map.
Ooh, looks good so far.
Yeah, I started to add in kind of like grasslands in rocky areas. So essentially the stuff around the mountains, that's supposed to be like rocky areas.
Yeah, I see that. And is like the darker shit in the grasslands there? Is that like like woods, forest, or whatever?
Yeah, that's forest.
Okay, I thought so.
So there's even some forest over there in the Dragon Country. Well, the Dragon Country over here.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm gonna say which side's the Dragon Country, but yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, it's the left side. Well, northwest side.
Mm-hmm.
Because currently, you guys are there.
In the
And
Dragon
your home
Country?
No.
Oh, sorry.
This
Oh,
is
yeah, I
in
wasn't
the
looking.
starter.
Okay, yeah.
This is where your home is.
Yeah, Porth Crawl, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, worst comes to worst, because we do have such a large party, I would technically strap Billy to the roof, and maybe have you and Haseo surf on top of the car.
Oh my. I don't know about my big ass on top of the car. I might dent in the car. With me being a Loxodon.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Then we'd probably have to have Crow up on top, because dexterous person can hold on.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would say that he doesn't even dent that thing.
Oh,
it's
really?
a Hummer.
Well,
it's
yeah.
This big 3,000-pound thing. What type dent do you think with something about 10% of that thing's weight actually be able to do to it?
Okay. I don't know. I just thought it would. Okay, my bad.
You may be an elephant, but apparently you're not very healthy of an elephant.
Yeah, I think I'm like maybe a couple 100 pounds. I think.
No, you're 349.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I literally looked it up so that I knew it. Uh, and you guys can also head off to Fox Range, technically. I mean, I don't have it mapped. Well, I don't have any cities to their mapped, but you still could do it.
We're gonna go head past some foxes. Hot damn, let's do it.
Fox girls.
Fox girls even better.
He literally made a whole entire city of fox girls
Oh boy.
just to
Ready for Haseo to tweak out the whole time.
Yeah, apparently I need to go and change up the little wording on the things because, yeah, it's slightly hard to see on the little grasslands area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now you should be able to see better as to where the cities are, or at least the ones that have actually gotten named. Because there are some, well, there's a bunch of cities on the map. Not all of them are named. So.
Gotcha.
Oh, and I saw on stream the other day that apparently mimicry has reset. So, got to go back there sometime.
Yeah, player knowledge you got.
Yeah.
It has reset.
I mean,
Character knowledge, it's the same as when you guys left it.
yeah. But yeah. So, Byron's gonna try and go back there anyway because he freaking still wants to find out about that crystal in the dungeon.
To be fair, if you don't trust yourself doing that, I would say no on mimicry.
Yeah. But so yeah, as I said, because Byron wasn't in it, he's going to go into the guild and the taverns and all around town and different places and try and find information and like bring up. Like the first thing he's gonna do is go to the guild and basically go to the like information desk and ask them like if there's anybody who he's gonna give them a description of MA and then ask like if this is a person who's well known or if there's any information about this person.
Well, from that description, we can't really say anything because there's several people that fit that description.
He goes by MA.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, it's best to stay clear of him.
What information can you give me on him?
Essentially, he is this assassin. Not much is really known about why he murders. He kind of just murders is at least assumed to be on his whims. Because he has been at least assumed to have murdered both of kings, nobles, and even common folk. But as for the reasons behind those murders, we have no idea.
How long has he been killing? I mean, can't the governments unite against him, or is he just that powerful?
We wish that the governments could unite against him. But there's also been a legend that, at least if it's the same one, that they did take down an entire army. Why they took down an entire army, and mind you, that was solo. Nobody has any clue. But chances are that one is dead since that was 2,000 years ago.
So you're saying this guy might be 2,000 years old?
Or more. because keep in mind, I mean, that is 2,000 years from that point. Right? And I'm pretty sure that he was not killing people as just popping out of the womb.
Oh, shit. Well, I met him in Dunwich.
And you're alive.
Barely?
How are you alive?
Good question. Wyron walks off, casts Sending, and then asks M.A.
You
Just-
get no response.
Cast it again. Don't ignore me. How old are you?
You get no response.
Damn.
Okay. Cast one more time. I'm going to annoy the ever-loving hell out of you until you respond. I will do this every day until you talk.
You also get no response.
This guy.
Okay, one more time. I heard a legend that you took down an army by yourself.
Ooh, you
Any
get
truth
no
to that?
response.
Shit. Fine. Ah,
Do keep in mind that technically it's failing because he's not technically familiar to him.
oh, technically, familiar would just be me knowing his face, and because that's one of the prerequisites of the spell. I have to know his face and have like spoken to him and stuff.
Well,
It doesn't have to be like I'm friends with him. At least that's one of the interpretations of the spell.
when I actually looked up familiar, which it does say you can send a message to somebody you're familiar with. The definition of familiar is somebody you are actually close to. So you're not technically close to MA. That's
Okay, then
always
I would
why
have
it's not- That's
I would
always
have
why
been
it's
praying
he's not
to-
receiving it.
if Wyron would have known that, right? Then he would have been praying to Mistra to get the messages through.
I don't think that he would have been knowing that the messages aren't sent.
But he would know that the prerequisite for sending would be familiar, right?
Yeah, so he could
Because-
still assume that he's close to Emma. That doesn't mean that he actually is.
Shit. Okay, can I make an intelligence check to see if he would think of that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please roll high for me.
I'm gonna call it that.
Nope. Shit.
Nope, he does not.
Damn.
Sorry.
well.
To be fair, you failed to check by 1.
Ugh. Of course,
And
it's
then
only.
we put as a DC 10.
Bullshit.
No, I have it on recording that right in chat I put 10. And didn't send it. That was the DC. Sees it, it's like 9, it's like, nope. Sorry. To be fair, I feel just about as bad with that as what I did with something that is going to occur later.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy, he's right. Sorry. Like I said, you're going to want the entire party for coming back.
Okay.
Plus the green dragon.
The Green Dragon's going to be less of a thing. It's more coming back to you, want the entire party.
No, I mean, we're going to bring the green dragon back with us. I mean, I am not letting it go the chance. Not to mention, the sheer fact of it is, a green dragon's teeth and claws sell for a lot. So just selling those and bringing back the body as proof that we killed it to the guild. Extra money.
Do keep in mind that you're probably not going to be able to do that with the Draco Lich.
Oh shit, it would become a Draco Lich, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, that's
Well,
part of
we
the
got
reason
extra-
why Mara would not like you much. Or would not like it much.
Would the Draco Lich still be under Speed's control?
Technically, yes. It's still going under the entire thing, but opposed to it being a green dragon, whereas Billy's an undead mimic, that thing's just a Draco Lich. So.
Well, we might just ruin our relationship with Mora. I'm completely okay with that if we get a Draco Lich, because I can ride in the Hummer and Speed can fly in the sky.
Until the Draco Lich completely decays.
I mean, technically he could still, the Draco Lich could still pick him up. I think it still has fly. Draco Lich. But Draco Lich is so powerful. I think so anyway. Haven't looked up the stats for Draco Lich in a long time.
Yeah, the Draco Lich is so powerful. But they also do only have fly, so like there's still some remaining skin on their wings. Because obviously, if it's just bone, it's not gonna do anything. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to do, Speed?
Not in particular. It don't matter to me. I mean, I don't know. What can I do? I don't know.
Well, if you guys want to do more weeks, we can do that.
I mean, all I would really be doing is the more alchemical training.
But it's also to keep in mind that next week, we're also going to have to catch up everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Currently, Bale and Crow are 2 weeks behind.
Right.
Haseo's now caught up. But Haseo would also have to catch up. It's just how much do you want to do that?
It's either that or in the session here and, just...
Yeah. So, almost like maybe just better to wait.
Alright,
yeah.
then I might just gonna call this like 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh. Because to be fair, nothing else, that does technically still keep it to where I'm actually only like about 4 weeks behind, opposed to now being like 5.
Gotcha.
At least with terms of actual sessions to YouTube. And it does give me time to, and nothing else, unfortunately, finalize something that you guys are probably going to dislike. Because I'm already seeing it, and I already feel it's bad for you guys.
I need to catch up with this and see what the hell he's doing.
Oh no, you guys probably would not be able to figure that out. Because to be fair, that's part of those things where, unless the complication directly affects you guys in that moment, I don't state that. It's the same thing with wild magic. So if you guys were doing wild magic and wild magic went off, uh, unless it's just like, hi, here's this effect that instantly is done, I don't state it. Simply because why state something if you guys don't really get affected by it?
So in the Dracolich template, it actually says that an ancient or adult dragon can be transformed into a Dracolich. Younger dragons that attempt to undergo the transformation die. As to other creatures that aren't true dragons but possess the dragon type.
Yeah, basically any undead dragon is a Dracolich.
Gotcha.
And the reason why Mara just does not like that is because now it's no longer a dragon and no longer has any ties to dragon kind.
I mean, it was an evil dragon in the first place, you know.
She doesn't care.
Green.
Hmm?
Well, we might lose her as a friend then. This is. But yeah. But yeah, they're so fucking powerful though. They have all the shit of a dragon, but they're also like can't be affected by they're resistant to necrotic, immunity to poison, and plus all other immunities. It can't be. It's just got all this good shit, and it's completely under your control. Until you get 60 feet from it. And then we're all fucked.
Until he regains control of it.
Yeah.
Which,
But I thought you said you could change it to where it's just like a zombie.
most things are zombies. Some things do actually not behave like zombies. Draco Liches, for example, are one of them.
Oh shit. If it's a Draco Lich, would it still retain, like, intelligence?
Yeah, it pretty much just becomes a Draco Lich. And starts decaying, and when it's fully decayed, it then kind of just loses the flight property.
Okay.
So.
Well, we're not gonna. So.
Oh yeah, right. It also loses the wing attack one.
Yeah. Well, that kind of sucked because we can't harvest it for materials then.
Damn.
So, best not to fucking turn it into a zombie and just fucking harvest it. Until it's down to a skeleton and then do stuff. Or, no, because we want its teeth and its claws. Shit.
Mm.
Yeah, so basically any of the things that you would really want from it, pretty much it's to use Draco Lich or those materials.
We'll leave it to the party when it comes time.
I mean, I think having a Draco Lich in the party would be pretty badass, but
I mean,
I don't know.
It is.
Yeah.
Especially with the green one, because it has poison breath, which over, like, it's a 15-foot cone, and it's just like everything in that cone is now poisoned if it doesn't fucking make the Constitution save, and oh yeah.
Well, to be fair, it also has the least amount of immunities of all the dragons, of all the Draco Liches you can get.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be better if we had a red dragon.
And also, I see nothing on where you're getting that it would be poisoned.
Oh, because a green dragon would have poison breath.
Yeah, but that just does poison damage. It doesn't deal poison.
I thought it gave him the poison status when they.
Nope. I
Huh.
literally just looked it up. It just says hi. You now take a 16d6 poison damage on a failed save. Half as much on a successful. Other than that, it doesn't do anything else.
Then yeah, just poison damage. But it's still poison damage. Not all. Well, yeah, some stuff has immunity to it, but.
Yeah, hi, green dragons and undeads.
And monks at high enough level. I think druids have something with it too. I'm not sure.
I think it
Well,
would
might
just
be
be
some-
like monks and the other things I said.
Yeah.
Billy, for example, is one of the ones that does have immunity to poison.
Yeah. But yeah. All right. Well, if this is what we're gonna call it, I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll probably bail too then and get some food.
All right. I'll see y'all later.
And also, I'm not seeing where
Alright,
Monk
see ya.
actually gets the immunity.
It's like one of their things. It's like the perfect body or something. Let me look that up. It's one of their freaking abilities. I know it is.
Yeah. Yeah, parity of body. It's just technically on how do I want to roll it as to, like, is it actually referring by poison? Does it mean, and just the poison condition, the poison type, or
It
regular poison?
straight up says you are immune to disease and poison. Straight up says it. Because your body because your ki just actively fights it and purges it.
Yeah. Well,
It's
Paladins at least get the disease thing at like 3rd level or so.
yeah. I think you cure shit. Yeah. But yeah, it's one of the things that makes monks a little overpowered at once they hit like certain levels. And with like depending on what type of monk they are, it gets like fucking horrible. Because then they get timeless body, which means they're immune to old age. It can't be magically aged. They no longer need food or water.
Yeah.
Monks can become broken.
To be fair, I'm also kind of surprised that when you guys were trying to revive Connor and Kirk, why did you guys didn't search around for more prices?
I have no idea. I didn't even want to revive either of them. Wyron was like, they're slaves. They're not part of the group. Although he's kind of warming up to Connor a little bit at this point. But that's because Connor's useful.
To be fair,
But not
Kirk was
still-
useful. It's just like you guys haven't been laying traps, so he hasn't had really any use.
I mean, because Wyron didn't know this. Wyron hasn't talked to them. He hasn't interacted with the slaves much. So for him, it's just he saw Kurt fighting. And Kurt's rolling knows some Arcana stuff. So he's like, okay, you're useful. That kobold's dead and did not do much of anything.
To be fair, part of the reason why it died was because it failed to save, and I didn't realize that it was 0, not death.
Yeah.
Because you guys would have been able to have gotten it pretty much up to full health.
Man, that's your fault. The kobold's blood is on your hands, Gordon.
To be fair, I have no guilt for Mara because you guys are the ones that brought her here.
Hey, I wanted to leave her behind. Wyron already made a fool of himself at that point, and now he's just he's considered an idiot for life and everything else. Wyron is Now, Warren kind of looks like the older sister that just constantly looks down on her little brothers. That's how Warren kind of feels.
Well, to be fair, that's because she hasn't had really much of a time where Wyvern was actually being decently smart outside of the giant. So she literally has, for Wyvern and his idiocy, him being an idiot by just running straight into something that is probably full of danger, and then realizing that a giant is not technically evil, and essentially it was just simply the guild and the people there that were being total idiots. At least that she knows.
Yeah, I mean, Warren has defenses for all of this, but hasn't talked to Mara, so she would know.
Well, to be fair, she's also not said that you all are idiots, which, to be fair, once you guys meet up with her, she's probably gonna just say, alright, and by the way, can you 5 stop being idiots? Like, seriously?
I mean, her only complaint against Bale is that he's a pervert. Not
Sure.
gonna stop being a pervert. We have to talk to Crow about, not trying to go to overstepping boundaries and stuff like that. But that's more like roleplay. Because we didn't actually know that the DC was 30 on that.
To be fair, I said that was a harder
Yeah, you
check.
said it was a harder check. I was thinking, okay, so it's like a 25 to something like.
No,
check.
the normal
check.
high for crime is 25.
Oh crap!
And that was one of the richest figures in town.
Oh.
It goes from 10 to 25 normally. Mine goes from 10 to 35. But 30 and 35 are limited to specific locations, and it's only in areas that actually would be having like that typical type thing, and so
This seems like something that Crow should be clued in on. Message Crow and tell her about, explain this shit to her so she knows what to look into, please. So she can set if she's feeling lucky that day, do this. If she's not,
to be fair, I also did say that if she's feeling lucky, I'll say that if Crow's feeling lucky, there's also one harder check being the king.
Yeah.
So I
We
did
did-
warn you. I warned
Yes,
everybody.
You did.
It's just I also
But-
partly forgot that if you fail all 3 checks, you essentially get a fine of whatever you have gotten.
Oof.
And you're in jail for that time. Or at least
Yeah.
weeks equal to that divided by 25. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Greed got the better of us.
I don't know what you're referring to. Is the greed got the better of Crow?
Yeah,
Crow's the
Crow.
one that decided to do that.
I
You all
might
just.
I mean, I
stayed back
kind
and
of encouraged it. I was like, advantage. No advantage because they fucking have security systems.
Yeah, because it's a king. Why would they have security systems like that?
I mean, I didn't figure they'd have a glyph dispelling or something like that.
No, they probably have guards that have that casted and essentially cast that like every hour or so when that expires.
I mean, that'd be a lot of spell slots.
Not really. It's only like a 32 that they would need to do technically per day. And that's if the person is working like 16 hours. If they're working
Yeah,
only like 8, then they only need to use like 16.
that's a high level fucking. Because Wyron's only got like. How much does Wyron got now? Shit, lost track of where the fuck we are.
Myron's got 19.
I mean, technically I could do it, but nah. So they'd have to be like a freaking 8th level wizard or something. As a guard?
No, actually it wouldn't. It would be more cleric, but you peacefully
cleric?
could do it.
True. But why the... So the king is basically hiring fucking clerics as guards?
Why not? Because I mean, they can be just as powerful as freaking paladins.
Fuck the king.
Hey, to be fair, the
God.
king's also not supposed to be in power.
True. We have to end that shit.
Well, you guys have not asked on who's actually supposed to be in charge. You just assume the king's in charge.
Oh, let me roll a knowledge check here.
Alright, fair enough, because you would actually be able to know this.
Let me do my history check.
Roll with advantage, because you are from that country.
Yep. Gonna switch this to advantage. Oh, shit. Somehow I wound up back at my spell list. Alright. And history. There you are. Okay, I'm glad we...
Alright, I would definitely say that you're able to see the king, or at least know that the king's not technically supposed to be in charge. It's much more of the queen, and you might have been told that's supposed to be the princess in charge. It's just that with the princess's tendencies, they don't really trust her to rule too much. Unless she's absolutely needed to rule.
Kill the king.
Good luck killing the king.
Just straight. I mean, there are ways.
Yeah, there are ways. 'Cause, to be fair, Emma is also probably why a lot of the kings and other people have actually gotten people to see invisible people.
I am still so damn pissed that I rolled a 9. Because I really want to. I really thought that, you know, since I've seen him, I can envision him, I thought that would work. Man. We talked, I know his voice.
I would say that you're more acquainted, but acquainted does not necessarily mean close, unfortunately.
I mean, familiar is subjective. You're being like, I have to know the person and like have talk. If I've like had to have beer with them, that type of stuff. I'm like, okay, I know their face. I know their name. Send. Into the ether it goes. It finds them. I mean, I think that's how I thought that's how sending was supposed to work.
Uh, not really, because I can look up the definition of familiar. Uh, and yeah, it says in close friendship, intimate, well known from long or close association. And Cindy does say familiar, so I'm going off of the definition of familiar. That's the only reason why it's not really getting to MA, unfortunately. Sorry. Eh. To be fair, I'm less sorry about that than what I am about what's to occur next session.
Ex Machina point. What the fuck have you done?
Crow did
You
a
stopped
thing.
recording, right?
No, I've not. I've still been
Okay.
going. Let's just say Crow did a thing. Oh, right, yeah, sorry. Because you're still here, as you've essentially been dreaming, inside of the dragon area, right about where the green dragon is, you kind of see this little massacre. And in the message, it says, "You brought this upon yourselves."
This is my guide telling me.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna get everybody to skip the freaking green dragon then. Screw that.
Well, to be fair, the green dragon is down in that image, though.
Okay, so the green dragon's down, and like, do I see like everybody else's body like littered around?
There's bodies around, but you're not sure on who. The bodies are kind of fuzzy.
Fuck. I'll have to bring this up with the group. Ah.
To be fair, I will say this: those bodies will come into play at some point. It's just when.
I mean, the only thing I think of is Crow tried to steal from the king. You also made the backstory of killing her friend, who was accused of being a traitor. So apparently, some noble probably took notice and is now sent to assassins to stop us from investigating preemptively.
I definitely say that. I like you. I like your thinking with that.
Ah, I am in your head, Gordon. Then again, great minds think alike. Oh man, this is just.
Oh no, I love mind games when you go and actually figure out about the lore.
Oh
And
man,
stuff.
shit.
Uh,
Okay, so if we do this, and if we do this, I mean, don't try to make it like too fucking difficult, man. Because it's coming back from a fucking fight with a green dragon. We're gonna be hurt.
Yeah, that's why I say sorry about it, because the dice really hated you.
I
The
mean,
dice
how many
really hated
fucking
you all.
assassins did they send? Ah, okay, fine. We're not going back the same way.
You
Or
do
are they? Oh
realize...
wait, no, they're gonna probably attack in the freaking dragon. They're gonna attack us in the dragon's lair. Fuck.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, right afterward, right when we're freaking vulnerable.
Yeah, that's why I said sorry. Because I am playing them
Okay,
how
fuck this.
I
I'm
think that they
metagaming.
would actually be doing that, and that's unfortunately what I think they would be doing.
I mean, are they gonna follow us out there?
And you'll have to find out.
I mean, if they're following us, we're making perception checks, and hopefully we can see them beforehand.
What do you know to make perception checks? This is the question.
I mean, if we're traveling, we're always looking around. I mean, at least Wyron would probably be looking around for anything that could.
Even behind you.
Oh yeah, I mean, you.
To be fair, there's
Wyron.
actually now a forest right beside the exit to the city.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Wyron has read all the adventuring books, everything that's out there, and he's listened to adventurers' tales, and he's listened to stories from everybody, and he's heard tales of, oh, we got ambushed and blah blah blah, and they came up right from behind, and stories like that. And so Wyron would definitely be looking around at stuff. He's always every time they're traveling, just assume like Wyron is always like watching around and trying to figure out like, is anybody following?
But to be
Is
fair, now he
there?
has a car.
I mean, yeah, I'd be
But to be fair,
driving.
that only fits 4.
Shit. Yeah. As I said, pile them on top. um. Shit. Might have just thrown out some oil in the fucking walk entrance to the fucking thing and metagame this shit because I do not want this to happen.
I'll have to have you
Either-
have reasons for everything of this.
I know.
Because, yeah, I'm not gonna just. Well, after bail, I kind of let that slide because you guys were new. Now
Yeah.
we're at the point where it's like, no, you guys have to have reasons for all your actions. I'm not gonna let the metagame go on without actual reasons.
Getting checked, yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Now you see why I was apologizing.
What the fuck did you? Okay, so you rolled to see whether or not their noble who's a traitor would actively send assassins,
I
right?
essentially did that. And that really. The D20 just really hated you when I was doing that plan.
Okay, so did you also roll to see how many assassins?
I'm not gonna say what was the D20 completely used for. I'm just saying that D20s were rolled and the dice hated you.
So depending on how many assassins they sent, how many fucking bullshit how good are the assassins they sent.
But Gary gives you a ballpark now of where it is. So it's like 1 to 20, and of that 1 to 20, what classes they are you don't know, what races they are you don't know, but their levels most likely are 1 through 20.
Yeah.
What level and how many, that is left to be discovered.
Yeah.
Third. So I am very interested to see how you guys go and take this.
We're gonna fucking die.
Probably. Unless you can reason with them.
I mean, take the Hummer. I won't. No, don't you dare! I'll fucking hunt you down. Ugh. I'm gonna show I don't care. I'll create a character. His entire vendetta is to hunt you down and kill you.
What? To hunt down the DM?
Not the DM, the fucking assassins. I will proceed. I'll create a character. I'm here to root out corruption. There's a group of us. There's a noble in the fucking blah blah blah. I will create that fucking character, and I will fuck over the whole entire nation by killing nobles.
This will go and be. To be fair, I will explain this a little bit more. more when it actually becomes relevant.
Yeah. I can't use another Ex Machina point to find out if fucking Ime is still around me, and hope that he'd be, there to stop this shit.
To be fair, even if he was, anime would probably just be watching and it'd just be like, so how do they get out of this?
I get the feeling he doesn't want to see me die, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he won't just be like,
He won't.
yeah, let's just go and bid magic to where they can't die, and whatever happens, just happens. So if you fail all 3 saves,
Death
you're
protection.
just completely unconscious for about the next 80 hours.
Oh, that would throw a fucking fit in the damn assassins and the fucking nobles. Then we show back up, we're like, oh, we're pissed.
You would have to figure out where the noble is.
Oh yeah, we'd have to. I would go after the fucking assassins first.
You would have to figure out where the assassins are, though.
I mean, yeah, but depending on what the assassins looked like if they had the covered face, if we decided to, unmask them, stuff like that.
Well, to be fair, if you're in a dungeon, they're probably not going to be masked because they can kind of get away with it due to essentially, like, at least making it kind of look like whatever was there essentially is what did the kill, not them. So
Yeah. So basically, Wyron, if Wyron could see their faces, he'd be either he or somebody else would be fucking drawing a picture of the ones, and they'd be describing it to the guild and getting information on these people. And yeah, it would turn into, okay, these assholes almost killed us. Unfortunately for them, we have a person who is somewhat interested in our well-being, and we're alive, so we're going to fucking hunt them down and kill them now. And after they're fucking before we fucking kill them, we're going to torture the shit out of them to get information. It would literally become that. But okay, so now I know to not spend big spells. Thank you very much. Turn around. There's the assassins. Fireball. Oh, they're still there. Fireball again.
to be fair, that's what's going to be most interesting about this next encounter: resource management.
You are an ass.
Hey, to be fair, the nice guy screwed you over on this one. You can't fault me, totally.
Okay. Look at the challenge rating look up a challenge rating calculator for what the fuck you're throwing at us. If it goes overboard.
Oh no, it's probably this stuff is probably gonna kill you.
Then do you want a TPK?
It just matters.
Or
on
you just
it's just gonna
or-
be like, how well do you guys manage resources?
I'm like, dude.
Plus, as stated, MA might just be around and just let the slave and Jonathan die. And Mara if he doesn't.
No. If you let Jonathan die, this whole fucking campaign's over. I am seriously devoted to I am already planning shit in my head to get Jonathan and Speed dating.
Just like Jonathan then. That's all you have to do.
That takes a 500 fucking gold. And I don't know how much this damn horde is gonna get, because, I mean, treasure-wise, young dragons don't have a whole hell of a lot. Or not supposed to. Unless their dragon parent, gave them some. Which is unlikely.
Whoever said that you're battling a young dragon?
Oh god, are you putting us as an adult?
I'm not
Oh,
saying.
fuck. Oh, fuck. Dude! Okay, fuck that. We're out. We're out. Oh, we're not doing the. We're not. I'm not doing
Hey,
the
that's
dragon
meta.
counter.
You guys said to do.
Damn it! You're purposely trying to kill us. This is not fun. This is not fun.
To be fair, you guys are also the ones that waited about a week, which let me plan out a little bit more of those that I did plan were after you already.
Should have just fucking told Crow and just fight the green dragon. Just fight the fucking green dragon.
I said you guys could have if you guys really wanted to. You guys said no.
I mean, I was thinking we could do it, but they were, and fuck.
Like your messenger said, you guys brought this upon yourselves.
Fuck. This is gonna suck.
Yep, it is. Sorry.
You should be sorry. You can change it. You can make it more doable. You could send one. You can make it so where they only send one assassin, and then we can fight that one, like level 13 assassin, and.
To be fair, it also doesn't really make sense for them to send only one assassin.
I mean, technically, the only one they'd have to kill, because the rest of us don't really know anything, would be Crow.
Yeah.
And the Crow's the only one with the vengeance. So technically, they could send the assassin. We're all like fucking like, woo, we won, we beat the green dragon. And then out of the shadows, just straight to the back. Goodbye, Crow.
Your characters would not know that, though.
No. And we don't even know who's fucking sent it. It'd just be some random ass fucking assassination.
Yeah.
And then the assassin would disappear. And then Crow would have a storyline, like they have to figure out who's trying to kill them.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes so much more sense than fucking sending a team of assassins to assassinate our whole team, and right as we fucking beat a dragon. Oh, God. Oh.
Well, to be fair, you guys also might have tarnished that person's reputation. That's why they're trying to murder you so hard.
Who the fuck? What did we do? We did not.
Yeah, like I said, you guys brought this upon yourselves.
I haven't even interacted with any nobles. Unless
Okay,
it's the
fine
fucking-
then. Crow brought this upon on you all. Well, because if you want to be technical, that's how it is.
The only noble I've interacted with is the fucking princess. And Mara, but I don't know that.
Yeah, true.
Oh, God. So, Wyron might just, skip out of the next session. Go with Candy. Shit. Alright, I'm going to have to manage my resources and...
To be fair, Bale technically does that already.
Yeah, it does that anyway.
Which kind of disappoints me because he's essentially playing wild magic, but is not even using any of the wild magic abilities.
Yeah, and if he rolls anything like first level spell or higher, right?
Yeah, technically I could also make it for cantrips if I really wanted to homebrew it like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, you have a perfect excuse too as well.
Yeah.
Because Candy's magic interacting with the chaos magic.
Yeah. It's technically the perfect logical sense for it.
And if the character wonders why, he can make an Arcana check, and if he can't, Wyron will, and one of us will figure it out. Like, because and then theorize like, it's probably because of Candy's magic mixing with your wild magic, and then, oh, yeah.
To be fair,
So
Wyron also does not know that he's wild magic sorcerer.
not yet, not yet. I keep trying to. I'm gonna have to like go out and have drinks with Bale again and talk to him because Wyron right now is thinking that okay, he has like this immunity and obsession with fire, so he's a draconic bloodline sorcerer. But then
No,
again, I've seen.
He knows that he's a magic girl from Candy.
I mean, yes, but he also knows that he's a sorcerer
All right, fair.
because he's seen him cast other stuff, and Bale's also said he's a sorcerer or stuff like that. I think so.
In all honesty, I can't wait for you guys to go 3 more levels so that you guys actually get 1 more ability.
Yeah.
And to be fair, hopefully the third person also, I'll say the 6th person also joins so that it at least becomes a little bit easier of a fight.
Oh, Wretched might join next time?
Yeah.
Ooh, has Wretched figured out class or anything yet?
Not that I know of.
Ah.
To be fair, Wretched has also not come in yet, so.
Yeah.
But
no, fuck. No, but I think so he knows he's a sorcerer. Also because he doesn't use components when he casts spells, really, because sorcerers have bloodline shit. But
no, he still technically does use components.
Oh, really? Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, with haste, he technically does.
Okay.
He also technically has to buy components because apparently I didn't realize this, but he has a couple of things that he actually does, and he doesn't have a components pouch, and I just never realized this.
Just give him a components pouch.
He has an arcane focus.
I think arcane focus takes care of the component. I mean, you don't have to have as many components because you don't have to use like anything with a good like a gold amount. You still need, but anything else you don't. Like when I cast Fireball, I don't have to have the bat guano and the sulfur, so I don't have to smell like bat shit all the time. When I cast Fireball, I can literally just cast.
I didn't really hear about anything related to that.
But yeah, the arcane focus removes the need for. If you're casting through the arcane focus, you don't need it takes the place of basic components. Is what an arcane focus does. So, but if you have to have like a diamond.
No, it's more to channel. The arcane focus is more to channel the power of spells.
I think at least I read that the arcane focus was like that.
So yeah, like the arcane focus that Bale has, he's technically using that as literally how he casts spells. Because even sorcerers do have to have a arcane focus to actually cast spells.
But yeah, so Byron's like thinking that he's either. At first, he's like, okay, Red Dragon Bloodline Sorcerer, like because of the fire and all that stuff.
Well,
but then again, he's seen Bale naked when in the bathhouse, and he didn't see any like scales. He doesn't see eyes of like the eyes of it. He doesn't have a tail or anything like that. So he's like, okay. So yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Because there was the hot springs thing during like
where he tried to spy on Mara.
Yeah.
And when he tried to spy on Mara. So yeah. So he would have seen Bale. So yeah. So now he's wondering like, okay, what kind of bloodline for sorcery does he have?
Why do I still have Pro on the GM layer?
Probably because you never took her off after you were playing Crow for a while.
To be fair, she also is in the castle, so she's not supposed to be on the map. Same thing. Whoops. Yeah, I moved her to the wrong layer. I moved her to the map layer by accident. So yeah, anything else that you need from me?
No. But, oh, this is going to be a great encounter come Tuesday. Fuck. Now,
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah, I really can't wait for the one that I'm currently highlighting. Or technically circling with the mouse.
Can't wait till you post this shit so I can actually see.
At least that's if you guys even get that far.
Uh-huh.
If you guys get that far, that would be an interesting encounter. Which, to be fair, if you guys have gotten to that part, you're probably doing well, and you're probably going to be able to beat them all.
Yeah.
Because basically... Actually, no, I'm not going to state that until after you guys have dealt with them.
So, just to clarify, if I were to yell out, if Wyron were to yell out in the middle of combat, "MA, you ancient piece of shit," if you're there, we could use a hand. How would he react?
Depends on whether or not he's there. Or either way,
I mean,
he's probably just going to be like how he is normally.
probably snorting just like dumbass.
Yep. Yeah, that, or it's just like sure, but why don't we go just take have you take a few hits, see how well you guys actually fare.
Then again, how would the assassins react to Wyron shouting for MA's help?
Probably not really, unless MA actually does literally show up and battle. Then it's like, okay, time to run.
Then again, bluff check. I know MA. He spared my life. Well, actually, no, that's not a bluff. So, okay, Wyron has options. Okay, I before I ruin anything, I'm gonna be gone. Goodbye. All right, I'll talk to you later. I got
fair,
things to think of.
if you think of something, then unless I can come up with a logistical
reason why they would not be afraid of.
Yeah, like unless I can rationalize it, and I will let it go through, even if I know about it, because that's player/DM knowledge, not character knowledge.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Wyron sees assassins. He's gonna probably think, "Did MA send you? Are you fucking with us again?" Something like that, and he might try and like. If they react to that, but yeah, I'll keep thinking on stuff. I'm not gonna use any of my player knowledge to fuck with this. If we die, we die. The dice fucking hate us. The universe hates me.
yeah, unfortunately, that's how it is. And unfortunately, that's gonna be Wretched's first session.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay. So, are you? How sure are we that Rex is going to be there?
No idea.
Okay.
I mean, he said that he's wanting to join. Oh yeah, right. Wretched's the only one that I actually have that told me some vehicle that I don't actually have the vehicle ready.
Ooh, what vehicle?
A motorcycle, specifically a Harley Davidson one.
Ha 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 ha. Yes.
Yeah, I have the Voltic, a Hummer, which is what you bought, and
Yes.
then a Volkswagen bus done, to where you can buy all of them. It's
I mean,
for some reason with what I stated, uh, you guys just so happen to be paying 4 times what is the GTA price.
okay, yeah. Just out of curiosity, the Volkswagen bus, would that actually fit all of us?
No, I think that would be like about a 4-seater.
So just like the Hummer.
Yeah. To be fair, that thing is a freaking tank.
I mean, why do you think I got it?
No, I meant the freaking and Volkswagen bus is a tank.
Oh. Hmm.
Literally,
Yeah,
when I was
I mean,
testing, it was actually better than the freaking tractor. The tractor, they had a hard time killing me until I stopped. That thing, I was moving and they were just like, bye. Car's still going perfectly fine. I'm now dead. And that was consistently happening. So I literally had to go to mods, turn on an invulnerability, and then just get the cops on me, and then finally just like, okay, so after about like a good probably 20 minutes or so of being in a chase and actually having 3 stars, they've now finally killed this vehicle.
okay, so it's a 20 Constitution.
22.
22. Okay. How much does the Volkswagen bus cost?
Ironically, less than the Hummer.
Okay.
It's just that it's a whole lot slower than the Hummer.
I mean, yeah.
To be fair, it's pretty much like a tank. The only thing is, hi, mount a kid on this thing, and now it's become tank.
I mean, completely and utterly possible. As I said, I have plans for the Hummer. I'm going to put a freaking one of those things on the front that it's like charge through, like plow through. I'm going to eventually get a top-mounted turret so you can pop out through the top and like just like shoot a heavy crossbow off at shit as you drive by. I'm eventually going to make it fly, and I'm somehow going to figure out if I can jerry-rig up a system to attach a planar gate so that I can travel to Ravnica with it.
So essentially, just go and try to make that the DeLorean, I say the Hummer version of the DeLorean from Back to the Future.
Kind of. I mean, kind of, yes. I am fully intending to turn my Hummer into an interplanar.
Oh wait, no,
vehicle.
you're trying to turn the Hummer into a TARDIS.
Yes, the Hummer will be a mobile TARDIS. Well, it'll be a TARDIS. Yes. I'm going other places.
That can actually, and the Hummer can go, if I recall it correctly, 105 miles per hour.
Yep.
It's about as fast as the Voltic. Only difference is the Voltic can take the full speed in a corner.
Yes. Better maneuver. Voltic has better maneuverability and better acceleration.
Well, to be fair, it depends on where you're referring to, because if it's off road, then the Hummer has better.
Which is one of the reasons why I really wanted the Hummer, because this place on the map where like, yeah, I could do that and go like the long way, or I could just cut across this wilderness right here and switch out drivers like while they're sleeping, and we can just cut across it and not encounter jack shit. And thereby negate any encounters other than maybe running over an orc. Also, we can now run over orcs and bandits.
To be fair, not all orcs are evil.
No. I'm just throwing out things. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things like the recent like D&D community stuff is like orcs are no longer considered just evil straight away.
Yeah.
And we're like,
To be fair, are a lot of the things that were considered evil have now started to become not as evil.
yeah, so people can play them.
Yeah.
Although I had to say this, if you ever put us in like have us do a session where it's a battle royale, I'm gonna play coward and just fly up in the air and hide.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do a battle royale type thing.
Oh, good.
I barely want to do the thing that's it's about to occur, but that's just simply because you guys technically brought that upon yourselves.
You are a DM. You can change shit any way you want. Do not even try and say that we caused this. It's
Hey,
all on you.
you guys could have chose not to do the action that spurred this.
Crow could have chose not to do it.
Yeah.
Wyron had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, so you guys blame Crow, not me.
I blame you. You're the one that's making the counter like freaking difficult. You could easily make it to where the assassin targets Crow. One day in the city when Crow is alone.
And to be fair, you're in a city. There's not really a point where Crow is actually alone. It's just that I don't want to put like 2,000 people on the map at the same point.
True. I mean, it's more of like a homebrew thing. You don't have to put them on the map. But I know. We're gonna fucking die and this is gonna suck ass and
Yeah, so like literally until you guys go to a dungeon, they can't really target Crow specifically.
yeah. Fuck. I'm just being a salty bitch.
Yeah, I know. But to be fair, it's understandable.
I mean, yeah. And I like my character. I've grown attached to Wyvern.
To be fair, that's the whole point of 5e, essentially just getting attached to characters. It's just that it's sad when you get the DMs that are actually like it's DM versus player, which is not how D&D actually is.
Yeah. Which is how you're treating this.
No,
you're not. It's not a balanced encounter. If there's a big chance we're going to die, it is not a balanced encounter. You should rebalance this.
Well, to be fair, I've already made the encounter, so it would be like I literally would have to remake pretty much all of what I've already planned.
Or just delete. If there's over 4, delete 1, or delete until you're down to 3 assassins.
Oh no, I would not be having you guys fight more than 3 assassins at a time.
Thank you for that knowledge. Now, if the assassins are over level 12...
I'm not saying it anymore!
If the assassins are over level 12... Not good. If the assassins are, like, around our level... 100% fine. 3 assassins at level 8... I think with the resource management we could do it. It'd be the fact that if they have the ability to turn invisible and then come in behind us without us knowing, that gets very tricky because then they get the sneak attack up on us, and the fact that Wyron and Bale are going to be in the back.
Oh no, this is going to come down to resource management and strategy.
I mean, strategy-wise, me and Bale would probably be at the back with Crow shooting long range, Haseo speed up front with maybe Mara somewhere in the middle there, and then Joestar be up front with them. Billy's up front, Connor's up front.
Yeah, basically what I would tell you about this encounter is essentially in 2 parts. One is kind of like resource management. The other is essentially the combination of resource management, which is what mostly was on the first part, but it's also going to be a turning into this tactical battle where you're trying to defeat their strategy with your own strategy and your own resources.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah, and there's also one thing that I know you can do to kind of just royally screw them up. I'm not gonna say it.
I mean, assassins. I've kind of built this character to where he can, where I can run. I can fucking just run. But the thing is, I have a cantrip that I haven't really fucking used, and it's called Dragon's Roar. And I don't know if I could just target one person for a round, or is it just, or I can just like target all three at once.
Let me
look this up.
read it. I should be able to tell you. You can only target one.
So I can make sure that one of them can't come closer to me at all. Which then leaves the other two to be able to attack me.
Yeah.
But that takes like that. Then that would be like if I cast a regular spell and then I can cast that as the next action. So it'd be 2d4 psychic damage at the level we're at.
Yeah.
And that would stop him if they fail a charisma. Yeah, it's a charisma save. So depending on which one that would do. If I can get them bunched up, I have some AoE shit, which I can do like Burning Hands.
Keep in mind, you're probably going to be fighting them in forest, so you might not want to use things that can catch things on fire.
Lyran would not give a shit about catching it on fire because that gives them more obstacles.
You do realize you would be dealing with forest fire at that point then.
Self-defense, bitch.
Try telling that to the law.
I could use my power word kneel if I see them. See.
Kneel?
Yes, it's one of the things that I have. I've spent my time learning it. It's one of those things I unlocked in my book, so I've spent time learning it and shit.
To be fair, the question would be, do they have more than 55 hit points total?
Yes. That would be the fucking thing.
But to be fair, that would probably be gained the casters first.
I mean, it's a way to test out to see how strong they are. Yes. I then have Fireball. If they're casters, I have my counterspell. If I can get them in a line, Lightning Bolt. I also have my extra psychic damage I deal, and I can use my I can use my little awesomer ability to, give myself flight for 30 minutes for a minute. That's 10 rounds of combat where I am flying. And cast fly on both cast fly on a couple of other people to get them flying, and get them out of range of shit. Because if we're in the forest at that point, yeah, cast fly on. I mean, the melee fighters are down there. Could possibly cast fly on both. On Bale and Crow, and get them into the air. Mara can fly if she needs to, because she has wings. If they function, I don't know.
Oh, they function. It's just you don't know. It's just in character
Yeah,
you don't know.
I
if
don't
they
know.
function.
So it gets the car. It gets the three of us out of like the fucking melee shit. Um, as I said, I'm gonna think through this whole entire fucking thing and think of what he could do and how he would react. Because surprise attack.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a surprise attack.
Because the only
They're
one
gonna
that might
fucking.
know about this going on is Crow.
Now, are they gonna get us before we get back to the Hummer?
Probably.
Okay, at least they don't pop the tires on the Hummer.
Uh,
Um,
well, to be fair, they would probably not even be remotely concerned about the Hummer.
and you also reveal that there's a caster, so it's not all just fucking rogues.
Hey, I'm
Or
not
if there is a
saying
rogue.
on what it is. There might be customers, there might not. They might be able to satisfy all those. They might not. Uh, they might be very powerful. They might not be very powerful.
Yeah.
There could also be
So,
very
yeah.
few, or there could be a lot.
I mean, and depending on if we decide to rest inside the cave or not.
Well, to be
'Cause-
fair, they're probably not gonna let. You're probably not gonna have time to rest on that.
Yeah, so no arcane recovery to recover a few things.
Yeah, though I will say that I am also probably going to speed it up though. So do assume that for that session, we're probably just going to be using the starting initiative, and that's your initiative for the entire time.
Okay, that'd be
Um,
good. Let's
well, it
see.
helps to speed up combat if it's going to be a combat heavy session.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. So if I rest, I recover 4 mana points.
Nice.
So that's not bad. But no, I could actually, I could activate my Radiant Soul, which gives me the added bonus of radiant damage, and lets me have a fly speed of 30 feet for a minute, which makes me a flying fucking DPS. That's good.
To be fair, I'm also going to kind of just speed you all through the layer stuff, mainly because I don't want to create a full mile, a mile long map of a labyrinth
Yeah.
for you all to go through. Which is technically one thing that's in the layer. Especially because there's nothing else. I just assume that's like Bill just can kind of code it or something, or you all just do that essentially. And
Yeah.
you just kill pretty much all whatever is the labyrinth essentially. So yeah. So I am going to try to make sure that it's not as long as what it can be.
So I have a global attack modifier for my thing. It says 6d1 Radiant Soul. Does that mean it doesn't add an automatic 6 damage? Because it's not how it's supposed to do.
No, I looked at Radiant Soul and it's like I believe 6 to your attack.
I thought it was just like a d6. Or is it plus 6? Let me look at it. Oh, equals your level. So
Right,
I'm
yeah,
level. So now it'd be 8, I think. Right? Are we at 8?
No, 7.
7. Okay. Well, if we can get the freaking people in here we might be able. I don't know. Will we have enough to level or not?
To be fair, I think I might have actually screwed it up. I think that it is actually supposed to be in the damage.
If we do that, we have to like edit it like. So yeah, it'd be change it to 7.
It's just disable that, and then click the plus there and do like, radiant soul damage 7. Oh, 7, and then radiant. And then now,
And then you just uncheck it when I'm not using it. And but yeah, and then we can just change it like every time I level up, I can just change that number 7 to an 8 to like an 8 or whatever it is.
yeah,
Which, oh dear God, that is gonna become so OP when I reach level 80.
to be fair, once you get to level 80 damage is probably not going to be that powerful.
I mean, yeah, but at some point that's gonna be a little broken.
The only thing that's really the broken thing about it is it's just like, hi, I have this thing that's lasts for a minute. Okay. Now that I've hit you, let me just go and deal like my level to you as well. With radiant.
Yeah.
However, also for the second attack, say if that 12 hits, then it would be like that.
Yeah.
To be fair, next level you're also gonna get it to be 4d6 opposed to 3d6.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the magical girl the magical girl ability is probably going to be going a whole lot more than on the radiant soul.
Oh wait. At the next level, our magical girl ability goes up.
Yeah, because you put on level 8, so half of 8 is 4. Because it's half rounded down. Min 1. So technically for the first 3 levels, you get 1d6 for if you choose damage. But once you get to level 4, then now it becomes 2, and every 2 levels it goes up 1.
Oh, fuck. So basically, I'm going to be doing. Okay, we gotta get the fucking experience thing like settled next week because I really need to get 8th level because I need the spell sniper feat and
To be fair, I don't think that
then
you're anywhere close to the next level.
it's 3,400, I believe. We're at 28, so 4, 5, 6, at least 6,000 HP. I need 6,000 experience. Actually, 5,480. Which, if I remember correctly, the Alhoon in of itself is like 5,900. Divide that by the 5 of us. Then there
To
was
be fair, there's
2.
also Jonathan to worry about, which, to be fair, yeah, I would say 5 is probably preferable.
Yeah, 5.
Because
Fuck
to be
Connor,
fair, his main, I had to put him at 8 because when I rolled him up and I just kind of used the rolls like how I typically do, if I roll something, his main class was supposed to have been fighter. However, Haman is technically monk, and monks get this subclass at 3, so he's fighter 5, monk 3. So he's technically a level higher than you guys, so it's fair enough to kind of wait until you guys are level 8 to go and give him XP, but yeah, you still are going to have to worry about him leveling him up at some point.
Yeah, so just from the 5,900 from the from the Alhoon, we'd all gain 1,180 if we split amongst us, and no Connor, which is probably how we're going to rule it, and no Billy because nobody gives anything to Billy.
Yeah, poor Billy.
And then there's the 2 reef sharks, the 2 banshees, and the zombie beholder.
Well, to be fair, those things you also don't have to worry about dealing in with speed on. I'm sorry, not speed. Jonathan.
Yeah.
And mainly
Well, then
since
again-
Jonathan was not there, so he can't have any XP from those.
Did Jonathan do any damage to the Alhoon?
Not really, but he technically was able to see, so you could rule that he gets XP from it.
Okay, we'll roll it to where he gets that. How much was the zombie beholder worth?
It was several things. To be fair, I'll have up in a notepad how much it was, because to be fair, you're also not really remembering. Well, there's also going to be partial XP, so yeah, that you'll have to do during the session, and I still need to figure out on how much damage did you actually do to what I now have on screen, and so I can figure out how much of the actual thing I should give you. Oh.
Is that the vampire?
No, actually a different thing, but yeah, you're getting
Oh,
partial
the-
for the vampire too.
And then there's the mimic.
Yeah, the mimic's what I was referring to.
Yeah. I don't think I attacked that.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are
Yeah,
probably
I
not
wouldn't-
going to get much from those two, but to be fair, it's better to
So-
get at least some than none.
Yeah. So the evolved mimic, was that just like like a homebrew for you, or
Yeah,
is
it's
there
a
actual
homebrew
stat-
thing, so it's
Okay.
technically a CR12.
And did that come from MA's personal little stash of creatures?
Yeah, pretty much.
Lovely. I really want him as a friend. Give me a pet. Seriously. If I can make friends with him, what are the chances he'd give me a pet from his little menagerie?
It depends on which thing you're wanting as a pet and how much does he actually care.
I mean, depend on what is in his menagerie and but you're saying that there is a chance. Good.
To be fair, he's friends with an asshole that wants to go and murder him and tries to murder him repeatedly. And some of his best friends, and as he doesn't even have given things to. So.
So you're saying he's a tough nut to crack. Gotcha.
Pretty much.
All right, but all right, I really do gotta go.
Yeah.
I'll keep thinking on shit and figure out something on how to save the whole damn party.
Yeah. To be fair, you also need to think of a reason to go to sea meat.
What's that sea meat?
You
with
forgot
the
what's there,
north,
didn't you?
the north, the Triton.
No.
Oh, what the fuck is the sea meat? Oh, wait, yeah, his home, where
Yeah, this is
where his home base
the map.
is.
Remember?
Yes. Oh, yes. This over there with his freaking.
Yeah. Like I said, you have to go and find a reason to go to sea meat.
Yes, this wonderful little area right here. And make sure that I can. I mean, I don't know why Ryan would actually go there unless he heard something that's magical there. So yeah,
But to be fair, at that point, then it would be more likely to figure out about why would he be heading there, or there.
Yeah.
Because you would have to be in a town closer to here to hear about that thing's problems and any sort of magical thing going on with it.
Yeah.
So if you find some way to, well, some reason to travel west, then sure, go ahead.
What's this Angel Ridge? Is that just like the mountain range?
Oh no, that's actually a city.
Ah.
Technically, that's the country where where Speed is from.
Ah.
And what I essentially kind of did as lore is if Speed wants to accept it, he was there and just got tired of the Red Dragons, so he just kind of headed off to Portugal, where it's far away from the Dragons, and therefore he doesn't have to deal with needing to repair or cook anything, and the Red Dragons just kind of destroy it.
So you're saying Red Dragon territory?
Slightly, because Red Dragons still go down there, but they'll at least leave enough so that they can, so that the people can spread the terror that was caused by the dragon.
I mean, we'll eventually go there just to kill all the dragons. I got you.
No, if you're ready to kill all the dragons, then you're heading here.
The upward. Oh.
Yeah, because there's like Green Dragon territory, there's Gold Dragon territory. Basically, you name a dragon, it's found in Gringa. And to be fair, if war was able to break out, the two countries that would go and actually cause the most war is this one and this one. So if you go to Seamead, the country that is directly to the north and the country that is directly to the south of it. That is not the country that's in.
I still say that MA should just insight check Wyron and figure out shit from him.
Yeah, but it seems that it's not really as fun if he goes and just works with the person. It's much more fun if he actually tries to go and just be like, yeah. So what can I do to this thing that might cause this thing to occur? Oh, I know this. Let's try it.
Nope, did not work.
Yep. Back to the drawing board. Essentially.
Okay, let's try this. Nope, that still didn't work. Okay, so trauma is not working.
Yeah, pretty much.
Has he figured that out yet?
No, he's currently in the planning phases of what to attempt or try next.
But has he figured out that trauma is not going to work?
To be fair, there's no guarantee that trauma will not work.
I mean, should I be making checks on this or what?
If you are going to be need to make checks, I will be alerting you. Oh.
I mean, I would kind of, want to know if, hey, you need to make this check and see if you awaken. Roll. It's a very low chance, but yes.
To be fair, that's probably going to be at some point where, well, it's probably going to be story-related things, such as I planned items for everybody else, and then opposed to giving you an item, I gave you a power.
Okay. But yeah, it's just fuck.
Because to be fair, that's kind of why in Mimicry, when we went there the first time, technically there was a magic item there for everybody. I couldn't think of anything for you, so opposed to giving you like some item that you're probably not going to even use, or that you might not use, I gave you the spell magic.
Yeah, which I am very grateful for, because that can really come in handy for a lot of situations where we wind up with shit.
Yeah.
Like if cast fucking darkness on us, dispel magic. Somebody cast a fucking has an arcane lock on a door and we need to get through. Dispel magic.
So what MA did in Dunwich?
Yes, see. There's so much shit that Wyron could have done there, but I had to play him like he was fucking an emotional idiot. Okay, because I was like, okay, should probably go just round up the guards and try and get some help. No, what would Wyron do? Wyron would rush in, be an idiot, and die. Hopefully they can save my ass.
To be fair, you did play that very well. I do congratulate you on that.
He's an idiot, but I love the idiot.
Yeah, I like Wyron as a character as well. But yeah, I do view him as an idiot. Same thing with Mara views him as an idiot too, but yeah.
I mean, but the thing is, when he gets to be higher level and everything, I mean, kind of his end goal of life is literally just sit back, enchant and make magic items out of rare and cool shit, and just learn. He doesn't. He's viewing the adventuring as gaining the experience and the world knowledge and stuff like that. But later on in life, he sees how he's going to end it. He's going to be a wizard in a tower. He's going to have all these little knickknacks. He's going to studying all this arcane shit. And that's what he wants for his end goal. That's his thing that he wants. At least right now, that's the end goal of his life. Is arcane knowledge and being a master wizard, an archmage, all that. But the way the story is gonna go, he's gonna end up becoming a god, and
Well, to be fair,
We'll see
you
how
still could be in a magical tower, even despite being a god.
I mean, yeah, he's totally gonna still have a magical tower. He's just gonna put it someplace else in the plains, and he's gonna be able, and he's gonna have access to all this same stuff, but he's also gonna have responsibilities and.
To be fair, there's no guarantee that you really should, that despite being a god, that you can't be on the mortal plane.
I mean, oh, actually, yeah. So he could literally set up his tower someplace in the mortal plane. He'd pick a place, probably someplace actually significant. He might even put it right in the fucking middle of Dunwich, and just kind of sit there and do his stuff. And then if shit gets out of hand, he'd just point his finger out the window and lightning bolt. Oh God.
Yeah.
No, I love my little idiot. he is, and I don't want him to die.
Please, let's be honest. You also don't want him to go. You also hate MA for what he's doing to Wyron.
Oh God, this is there. I mean, there'd be so many better ways to get Wyron to awaken.
Oh yeah, I know there would be. It's just that MA is also that
sadistic
asshole
bastard.
that would actually not be I'm just gonna do things my own way and see what happens. And so yeah, that involves what's currently happening between him and Wyron. So
if Wyron knew that he had the potential to become a god and actually awaken the god bloodline, he'd be doing. I don't know what he would do to get to do it.
basically what MA is asking as essentially these little tests.
Yeah, I mean he would participate in the test if he knew that there was okay, if I die, you're gonna bring me back, right?
No, it's more just that he prevents you from dying in the first place.
Yeah, I mean you're not gonna let me die, right? No. Yeah, I mean it's still gonna probably freaking hurt, but he would totally agree to this, trying to fight some insane shit, trying to invoke the bloodline or studying like the arcane and trying to figure out try how to manipulate it. Byron would be completely down for that.
Yeah, to be
Especially
fair,
if-
that's essentially what MA's been trying to do. It's well, what is something dangerous that this thing might awaken, or thing might come out,
Yeah.
so that
Might make
he doesn't
desperate
die?
to let you know. But the thing
Oh,
is,
I know this.
Wyron doesn't know he's doing this, and Wyron actually thinks he could die, and actually thinks that he could fucking, which adds to it, but it also really stresses Wyron out, and is actually turning him. It'll turn him against Ma. And the thing is, I don't think Ma wants him to be an enemy. He wants him to be an ally in something, right?
He doesn't care whether or not Wyron's an enemy.
Ah.
I mean, yeah, he's basically just using him as a science experiment. Let's be honest there.
Shit. I mean, but yeah. I mean, technically he's doing it in a way that MA's doing it in a way that gets him the best results because he's not interfering in it. But it's also, if he does awaken him as a god,
Well, to be fair,
Would
there
it-
will be a certain point where MA is just like, alright, so clearly this is not working. What we have to do is something completely different. And what is a different way that I can try getting this to work? Because basically, he's using him as an science experiment to see, could somebody feasibly become a god without permission, essentially.
yeah, 'cause the normal way to become a god, you have to get AO to approve it and all this
Yeah.
bullshit, and how the rules work.
Yeah, and he's actually told Ao on this one, because he does speak with Ao from time to time, to not let you be a god willingly. See whether or not this does occur just by itself.
Does Mistra know about that?
What, that he's doing this?
Yeah.
To be fair, even if he was, Mr. would not be able to really do anything about it because AO is actually within this plan, and plus, Mr. would have to take down an MA at that point.
Is MA a god? Or has he achieved demigodhood or anything like that?
I'm not gonna state.
Yes, he has. Okay, thank you.
Well, to be fair, I'm kind of surprised you have not figured this out sooner because he's been.
I
As
mean,
I've stated,
I had an
that-
inkling of it, but I didn't want to assume that you were going to make the character a god. But
Well, I've
yeah,
stated that that MA's was around and somebody's been keeping you alive. Who do you think that could lead? What do you think that could lead
I mean,
to?
I assume it. I mean, I assume he's the one keeping us alive. But then again, he could just be really powerful and have spells. But no, okay, so yeah, so we have a god watching over us, trying to
Essentially,
God,
figure
what
out
is-
the restrictions behind making somebody a god.
and he doesn't want to just ask AO what the restrictions are, because AO would probably know, and there's no fun in that, so...
Oh no, it's more just like he's wanting to kind of experiment on, could somebody go around AO and actually become a god?
Achieve. Yeah.
The
answer
that's
is
what
yes.
he's trying to figure out. Which
I mean,
the answer
it
is
would
yes,
take-
somebody could. It's just that MA does not know it yet, and that's what he's
So-
trying to find out.
if I become a god, I can petition AO to let the others become gods.
Technically, yes. I mean, they would obviously be demigods, but still.
Yes. I can petition. And I can support them. And then they can become gods as well.
And MA would probably be just like getting off your back, be like, yep. So the answer to that is yes. What project do I want to work on now? Oh, because he's always just obsessed with research. With what
I mean,
sort
I
of
wouldn't be supposed
project could he go come up with?
I gotta think of how Wyron would react to that, because part of me wants to believe that Wyron would. He'd want to see all the research notes. He'd want to see all the research, and what he did.
What, to make him become a god, or?
Yeah, he'd want to see all of MA's research notes. He'd want to go through all the research. He'd want to see everything that he did, and then based on everything that's in there, depending on a few things, Wyron might, because for Wyron a lot of it is magic and understanding and logic and knowledge. This is what makes up everything. Emotions are there, but a lot of it is a lot. But if it's logical and if it provides you with this, and if this can be used to as a way to track people that can become gods and stuff like that, Wyron could very well forgive MA if the research is sound.
To be fair, he would
Yeah.
probably have like the research notes, somewhere, and nothing else just in his head. That you could just kind of be like,
So if they're just in his head, Wyron would like spend. We'd have to homebrew this. We'd have to like just like gloss over this, but say like Wyron spends like a few days quizzing him over everything that happens and all this stuff, and talking about every little neat little thing about the research and figuring all this stuff out.
well, to be fair, he would remember the entire thing, so he would
I mean,
be
yes,
able
so-
to just be like, do you want me
Or
to just
spend,
write
like-
down the notes,
Yes.
or what?
Wyron would request all the notes, like he'd want to know, because if this was him, because this is about him and what happened and like how he became the way he is, and like everything that MA did, he'd want all the notes, and and as I said, if it's sound, if it's like actual stuff that is like if it's like sound research and stuff like that, very well Wyvern will probably forgive for like all the shit, and also be looking at him like a kind of like a teacher.
So,
Because
despite having in his basement the Elder Elementals, which all could normally destroy the world.
how well are they contained?
To be fair, somehow they're being contained and not being able to leave.
Is it full? Wyvern's reaction to this is it foolproof containment? Is there even a slight chance of them escaping?
He would reply with, 1, if they did escape, they would deal with me. 2, they've been in there for like about 20 years. I don't think they're escaping.
Have you tried extracting their power? That's
To be
how
fair,
it would
he
go.
feds things to a bias to give it more power.
I mean, technically, yeah, that's how it would go. He'd be like asking questions on, can you extract their power? Can we use this power for other stuff? He would technically ask to be a part of experience with them.
To be fair, he
And
would
probably
say
end up
that he's more just trying to pacify these things. And he's turned the Phoenix into an incinerator. And it's about, and from the looks of it, it seems to be almost ready to be released. The rest
He's almost
still
he's
are
almost
not
tamed.
destructive.
Why would still try to participate? Because taming powerful entities.
Oh yeah, I know that Wyra would.
Uh, so it's just all about like getting to that point where he could get, if he could actually talk civilly to MA.
Oh no, he could talk civilly to MA. MA is not gonna be like, yeah, I'm just gonna murder y'all.
Yes, it just he has to actually get back to the state where he could, and like he that was me trying, like when I sent the message asking if he wanted to come for a beer. That's basically my me extending an olive branch, like trying to get to talk to him, but no, he then tried to fucking kill us again, or try to do what he did.
Well, to be
And now
fair, what he was doing was he was setting up something because it's like, research.
yeah, but yeah,
Uh, yeah. Sorry, that's just how that character is. He's just a complete and utter asshole that, could things be done better than what he does it? Absolutely. Is he going to change his ways? No. He doesn't care about how the world views him. He's just going to do whatever the heck he wants.
yeah. I don't know.
Okay, place left.
I will continue thinking about this. I gotta go.
Alright,
Shoot.
fair enough.
Yeah.
To be fair, nothing else, since I'm still recording, that does kind of show the lore.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it shows the lore outside of the main races that I currently have, which, to be fair, I can easily bring up. So, yeah, for those curious, the last of the stuff is kind of like here. So, essentially, all these countries are at war, or at least would be at war if there was not, like, this entity, a group of essentially just kind of keeping the peace, essentially. And so once that thing kind of just breaks down, dissolves, whatever, it just no longer exists. Once that occurs, then it's like, hi, all these countries go to war. As stated, this one and this one just kind of just start the war, and they're kind of modeled after like Germany at least a little bit. That this one kind of goes for like countries that it thinks it can beat. This just does not care. It's just gonna be like, me want territory, me go take over, and as they just go and fight over it essentially. So like the Black Giants would probably fight and take over this area. The White Giants would try to fight and take over this area. The Coastal Dragons would be definitely fighting with the Tritons up in here, or who the Tritons essentially would be fighting with these guys, well, declaring war on these guys, is mainly for the Dragon Turtles and try to eliminate all the Dragon Turtles. They also would be kind of declaring war on on these four countries for the ocean, and then also this one and this one just simply for the races that are there. Mainly since they know, oh hey, we can make a whole lot of money if we control the dog girl, cat girl, and the fox girl trade, essentially. So they're probably going to try to take over those. These two are definitely going to go out for a war because they're modeled after the U.S. during its Civil War. So if I bring up this, then this is essentially where the cats and dogs were. hopefully the sixth person can come on at some point later on, either A, during the week, or B, on Monday. And then while I'm doing this type of stuff, trying to fill in like the main races for Oberish, Plissa, and Uterim, that there's actually something there. Because I've gotten all that. And also, hopefully, I can come up with the capitals. But yeah. This one I also do need to expand. And so, yeah, that's essentially what I plan on the countryside. Now, as for the... Oh, oops. Alright. Now, anyway, as the lore for this, if you guys remember back to sessions 6, there was a foreworld for Crow. And as stated earlier in this, is I do not state the complications unless it directly affects the players that moment, such as their reputation is now tarnished because they were accused of cheating. That did occur in session 6. And if it is creating a new enemy, such as, for example, session 6 with Crow, they went and pissed somebody off. They've now sent assassins after them. They don't know where they pissed people off. They just know that they pissed somebody off and now they want them dead. And that's essentially the story behind that. I'm also probably going to touch up on this map a little bit because I'm probably not going to have it be that this entire thing is that. I also don't know why the black dots are perfectly fine to see, even out at this range. But go to 100. And if I turn, like, say, if I say turn this to black, it instantly becomes very hard to read. But yet, the black stuff is not hard to see. So it's one of those weird things where I might just turn the entire text into white. That way it's easier to see no matter what. Whereas me up there, I can kind of see it, so I don't mind about that. But unless it's kind of like that, I'm probably not gonna do it, essentially. But ultimately, like, I would say to suggest stuff for this, but the issue is this is stuff that's been done live, essentially, so it's better to be done live. This is where I did get to on the car dealership. I forgot to go on to GTA at some point and kind of do the size, which I'm basically getting by the door. This I'm kind of getting as like the engine essentially and where it is. And essentially, if you're hitting somewhere other than the engine, it's essentially been multiplied by like a factor of 20. Because I'm not even kidding. No, not a factor of 20. By a factor of 10. So, for example, this one, if you're hitting the front, which is not going to be where you're wanting to hit, you are needing to deal 2,640 damage. So, this is better of a chasing vehicle. This is not a very good chase vehicle. At least not for when you're needing to deal with people that are behind you. I'm not sure on how well of a chase vehicle this is because I would have to do it, but yeah. This is kind of the stuff that I do on the modded version because, frankly, it's a whole lot easier to do it when it's just like, hi, shoot a car. Now I don't have to deal with freaking police showing up and killing me as I'm trying to shoot the car, and now I have to deal with police and stuff and like that. It just makes it a little bit more simple, essentially. This thing, that's definitely going to go up. That's not going to have that much HP. I'm not even sure where the engine is going to be on that freaking thing. But I do know I am bringing out one of the machine guns, figure out where is its engine, and shoot the darn thing. Because no way am I going to be trying to spend like about 3 hours just trying to shoot a tank and figure out that I'm shooting the wrong part. But as noted in this column, there are some that will actually have special effects, such as this one can actually be done via the driver. Oh yeah, I should also make that note. The reason why I need to specify by driver is because technically you could mount a car, or which, to be fair, if you mount something onto a car, it's probably gonna get reduced speed. That's just simple knowledge because you're going to be adding weight to it where it didn't normally have weight. This tank is factoring in that. So, this surfer, if they did do the tank thing, would actually have way more, would actually have less speed than the tank. That's the good thing about the tank. Despite how much con that this thing apparently had, like, I don't know how it had that much defense, but it did. Like, that thing just would not die. I literally died consistently more times than what that thing died. As for why cars always have like one int and one whiz, is D&D doesn't really do zero intelligence, and that's what these things have. Because if you take a computer and well, basically, if you take a computer or you take a smart card, which a smart card is basically just adding a computer, it's not really smart. They're both dumb. You can literally do something, and unless you have a program, aka Siri or Cortana or whatever you want to freaking use, it will not know what to do. It is literally, a computer is the dumbest thing on the earth, on the planet. And to be fair, that's a quote, I forget who said it, but well, the actual quote is when you're programming, you're teaching quite possibly the dumbest thing on earth, which is the computer, how to do something. That is legitimately a quote. And that's why all these inanimate objects kind of have one int and one whiz. I would put 0, but eh. Actually, to be fair, yeah, they're also immune to like charm and frightened, essentially, because they're vehicles. They're not just going to be like, oh hey, I'm frightened, let me just completely go the opposite way, or let me turn where I was not turning before. So yeah, this is a very complicated system. I very much would understand why people don't do it. This column I will be getting some point during the week. I'm not sure where, when, or where. I just know I will be. This I definitely will be as well. Oh, the number I'm pretty sure was $4, but yeah. I'm also gonna have to come up with what do I think. Well, I would have to research on essentially how expensive is a tank, how expensive is a police cruiser, and then use those things to figure out how expensive is a taco van and how expensive is a tractor. And the reason why I put my tractor is, as I might put up the one of the lore things, which is partly GTA, where I literally take a tractor, and I don't know how that tractor survived, but it literally survived until I just parked, and then the cops shot me. It was insane how they could not stop the tractor. It's the mightiest vehicle ever. It just breaks the cop cars that are trying to be destroyed. Like the cop cars just line up and get destroyed on the tractor. It's fun. This I also, now that I know that it's pretty much that how this comes out to being is essentially for about 40% of the base. 40% of what is the base price, which is parts. That being about 10%, which I could see normal D&D being like about 10% for parts, or about 40% for parts on a normal thing. And this kind of the reason why it goes to MA is royalties, because yeah, hi, MA built the thing. Chances are it's like MA wants to be paid one plat 5 gold for the entire thing. Sorry, wants to be paid one plat 5 gold 4 EP out of a 4 plat thing. 4 plat 4 gold thing. It's like, well, our options are fight him or just give him, for example, with the Voltic, the 21 out of the 60 plat. That is the cost. It's like, yeah, let's just do that. And technically, I kind of feel bad for the people building these, because the entire total wages is 10%. So it's about 5% for the people that are selling the cars, 5% for the people that are essentially manufacturing the cars. And essentially, this part if you add up these two columns, this is what the manufacturer is paying for the car, and if you take about half of this, if you take this, if you take these three columns, take half of this column, that is how much this pays to get the car. What they get in profit is this column, and they charge the other half of this column, and that's what gets you this amount. And that's why cars technically are much more expensive in this, because this thing, if you translate it from D&D back to GTA, at least, that is 150,000. That is 600,000. And so that is for example, that thing is also a $44,000 car. So cars are more expensive in this because really you're getting essentially a modern car and paying kind of like modern-ish prices. And literally, for example, whoever he gave Hummer to, they're the only ones that know how to make Hummers. Whoever he gave Voltic to, they're the only ones that know how to make Voltics. Same thing with Comets, 9Fs, whatever. And essentially, if he finds out that something just didn't make if he finds out that somebody made the car without his permission, without giving him any royalties, yeah, it's like, yeah, Wyron, you're on your own. I gotta go deal with somebody that thinks that they can steal my intellectual property and get away with it. So that's pretty much what who MA kills. It's basically like kings that he absolutely does not like their ruling style and how they are ruling the countries. Nobles that he does not like ruling where they are actually ruling. And common people that have either asked to be killed or that have stolen his intellectual property. So, if you fall into one of those categories, he will track you down and he will kill you. He does not care about what the laws state. He just will go and kill you straight up because it's like, you went and did this. You're at fault. I am killing you now. And probably he drives around this. Because, well, basically, the things that he would probably drive, it's either the Comet, the Entity XXR, or it would be the Voltic. It would be one of those three cars. This one is essentially like a very fast vehicle. I forget if there's going to be any special notes, but this one I think snaps a whole lot easier. No, actually the Comet snaps less, so he probably would actually be driving a Comet, actually. It probably would be that he drives either a Comet or a Voltic, essentially, so one of these two. This one he would drive for if he's going to corner a lot. This one he would drive for, essentially, it's just like, hi, I'm just going to cover ground, as much ground as I possibly can. And hold on as I get the calculation. So yeah, this is the amount of ground he can cover with the Comet. That is essentially insane. And they're pretty much on a big island, kind of like the size of England, is pretty much the best way to describe it. So, essentially, well, to be fair, that's also, not, that's assuming that he can go the fastest possible every single time. Does not lose any sort of speed, so there's nobody that is causing him to kind of turn. And those stoplights, essentially. So he just kind of zooms through. But that's also in a, well, yeah, actually, that's the day's travel. So that's essentially 16 hours on the road. He can cover from Seameet to right where my cursor is. That is the power of cars in this. Or at least the best way to describe the power of cars. Specifically on roads. Because, for example, he would not be able to do that. Because what he would have to do is right about here, do that, and then now he's a square behind. Or what he would have to do is kind of like here to there, where he's probably going to lose speed for, well, he's going to have 2 speed penalties. One for being off-road, one for cornering. Alright? And that's essentially how cars work in this. As well as the fact that they have several different rules, such as the 1055 is their whole action, essentially. So, you get one movement in action. In the thing. I would say this, that the best part about this is the fact that you can technically use this in a chase. Because how chases are is you essentially have a certain amount of people. You have to break line of sight, and essentially after a certain point you just can't move, and well, if you move further, then you're going to take levels of exhaustion, and you might actually run out. This is a car. It's not going to experience exhaustion. So, I can guarantee that there's 3 conditions that cars are immune to. Charm, exhausted, and... Actually, yeah, they would be immune to poison and... What's the other thing I said? Anyway, there's 4. It's poison, and charm, and then basically that. I'm not gonna full on repeat it. If they do take massive damage to their engine, such as like 2d6 plus fire. So, for example, if you throw a grenade, which is probably more about 12d6, it'll deal 12d6 to those inside, and they'll take an additional type, which I would probably say that's more like slashing or piercing. What's a road? So, I'd say it's piercing slash blooding, and depending on terrain. And because obviously, if you're going onto, like, say, actually I should also add in slashing. And because obviously, if you crash it in desert, Sand is probably not going to deal piercing or bludgeoning damage, but it might scratch you up and it might slash you, essentially, due to the speed. And that, what I have would still do, even if you're immune to fire, it still makes it to where you don't want to jump out. You don't want to jump out of that moving vehicle. Because keep in mind, this will also be for if you jump out of a vehicle at a certain point. And I did kind of round it, essentially. So, if you translate these all, well, if you divide all these by, like, or at least all that have been adjusted, such as, like, I haven't done 100, so basically if it's a small number, or at least 2 digits, it's maybe 3 in the case of 100, but if it's like that, then it's probably not adjusted. But if it's above of, like, 500, then it's adjusted, and if you divide that by 6, and then convert that from feet per second to miles per hour, hold on as I get up. Obviously, it's not going to coordinate to this list entirely. Such as, like, a comet is, well, 1,000, yeah, 1,055 divided by 6 is probably not going to coordinate to 120. Well, it's not going to coordinate to 120 miles per hour. If I really wanted to, I could, now knowing that, essentially make it to be a little bit more exact of their things by essentially taking the speed they can go and dividing it, or at least doing the same calculation, and then rounding it. So it's essentially an entity XXR might actually be nothing else slightly faster than the comet, or than, well, especially more than the Voltic, but yeah. And essentially stuff like that. And I would be trying these on different terrains, such as like the injection on sand, the Hummer on sand as well. See, do they change differently on difficult terrain and stuff? Because I will essentially be using sand as like kind of the off-road thing, but yeah, that's essentially where a bunch of things are at. They really need to start being more careful about the downtime activities, because they might not want to go and consistently be doing the same activities. Because one thing that they probably should know, and I'm hoping that they've been noticing this, especially when they have actually seen the rules, but downtime activities, the more you do them in succession, the higher the chance and it's for a complication. So if you've done it like 9 weeks in a row, don't do it 10th time. Do not. No matter how profitable it is, don't do it 10th time, because that's a guaranteed complication. And so you might get the criminal underworld on you. You might get insert thing here onto you. And whatever is insert thing here, you probably don't want it on you. And the reason you don't want that on you is simply because, yeah, hi, it's bad news, essentially, so, whether it's be a local crime lord or a noble, you ultimately do not want that on you. Especially not the noble, because they could use whatever they freaking want and take you down. So they can drag your reputation through the mud. They can do, well, they can probably make you wanted. They can probably make insert thing here happen. So that's probably like the worst one. But yeah. To be fair, I also did figure out that, yeah, next time that I'm making assassins, next time that I'm using a dice to determine how many assassins, don't use a d20, because that can come up with a very disastrous one. Use more like a d10 or so, or maybe a d12. Well, D10, yeah, D10, and then kind of just come up with where it is. Possibly use the D20 for the levels. That one's probably fine. But, yeah. Because to be fair, I will be the first to admit, one of the only ways that they're probably going to be able to get out of this unscathed, at least completely, is by if I go and head over to this map. which is a Green Dragon Slayer, mind you. And yes, I'm the face of the adult. Yeah, hi. They're gonna really have to manage their resources if they want this entire set of loot. They might be able to go and get away with getting rid of the magical items, get rid of the art, and essentially just take this stuff. Or the people might actually instead just ask for, well, they might go and get the items themselves. Because both are technically decently valid options. And because these are all rare magic items. So if I recall correctly, that puts it at like 2,500 per item, and there's like 6 of them. So, yeah, they're gonna really want them. Wait, was there actually a step ceiling? Yeah. Oh yeah, right. A step ceiling was planned, which if they essentially wanted to revive Kirk. Yeah, I would have rigged this loot. I will say this. Is mainly so that if they really wanted to have Kirk back, then they still would work for him, but they would be able to get everything for free. Essentially. So yeah, that's gonna be a pain to deal with. To be fair, there's gonna be one thing that might or might not work. Oh, actually. That might be a +2 quarterstaff. But yeah. If Mara gets a staff, then yeah, she's probably gonna. Oh wait, no, technically Mara. Yeah, there's gonna be a couple things that probably occur. I will say this: there's a good chance the players will probably go down. But so long as they're not idiots, they won't completely die. And what I mean by that is essentially a Mara could probably go and state that she feels slightly exhausted at casting the spell. Essentially, but what it's, or either that or due to all the stuff that they've been essentially doing, that she's just kind of trained up a little bit and has been able to cast it for a little bit, kind of just playing off that kind of playing off as like a level 9 cleric at that point, whereas everybody else is like level 6. Well, no, level 7. I said it the correct thing and then proceeded to change it, but yeah. And essentially kind of just play off that, well, the thing, and as she's saying that, essentially just being like, let's begin the trade, the deliberation, essentially. Because there's going to be one point where they're probably going to fall, unfortunately. So they're probably not going to get to the interesting fight after I've developed a couple of the characters. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's going to be a thing. And they're probably going to be taken down once they get to the casters, or at least the higher level casters. There's, it's it's especially going to be tough when they deal with the Dragonborn Paladins. Because, yeah, I'm going to go easy on them slightly on that. And be like, well, I'm going to be going slightly easy on them in the fact that they're not going to, they're probably going to be fighting somewhat conservative in that just in case if there's somebody else that might be trying to murder them, because they are assassins, they probably do have enemies, and they probably know that there might or might not be people that is there. But anyway, they essentially will be one, laying traps, two, not using their most powerful spells straight away. So it's going to be a little bit of strategy and a little bit of resource management. I believe that Mara could technically cast something. Let me check. Oh, nope. She can't. Darn. And they didn't ask her to make glasses of sea invisibility, so yeah. Unfortunately, Mara's gonna be kind of like their eyes and ears for any enemies that have kind of prepared invisibility. So yeah. That's gonna make it real fun. And that's essentially why I said that. Sorry, because I essentially rolled all this up, and like I said, the dice just really hated them. So basically, a long story short, they're probably gonna lose a lot of this loot. They will probably be able to keep some of it. Like they might. The people, I would say, probably are dumb and don't realize the value of the art, and so they probably will let them keep the artwork. A lot of the they probably will be taking a lot of the magic items. The +2 weapon, they're probably going to just leave with the party or be fine with leaving that with the party because it's a +2 weapon, and it just kind of saves them from needing to craft it, essentially. And then probably they'll lose a lot of the gold and plat. So yeah. I kind of feel bad for taking most of the loot, but at the same time, this person also should not have robbed so many people. Because they literally robbed 4 people, and now they're going to see repercussions of the final person they robbed before they went to the sewers. And yes, funny enough, I intended for these people to have actually came into the sewers. This one probably would have been underwater and so would have died to the Leviathan. But they should have been coming in a whole lot sooner. I've been procrastinating on them, and now they've just kind of dug their own grave. And it's going to be interesting to see how do the players get out of their own grave. Or rather, in fact, me and MA are going to be the same in this point, because both me and MA are going to be curious with the assassins on them. How likely are they to kind of just steal to get this? And essentially, it's kind of just like he kind of probably just paid for like the Hummer or so, and probably was just invisible right on top. And just essentially is like, yo, you guys, I'm gonna buy you guys all, this item, rather this car. Are, they're probably about like I would say that they're probably about 2 minutes out by the time he's done this. Well, he's probably bought them cars, and then is just like, I have a stopwatch. Wait for them to leave, and then once they leave, when I say go, chase after them. Go for that there, and when you see that car, stop. Or rather, he's actually probably going to be in the passenger seat, and say, turn on the blinkers, and that's essentially the signal to kind of start slowing down, and then they'll just slow down and park right where they are, and he's just gonna watch the show. So it's like, he just kind of says, if you guys leave, if these cars are yours, he doesn't care that he just spent, like, let's see, he doesn't care that he spent 100 plat. He sent, well, he technically allowed the assassins to catch up to them. He's that much of an asshole just because he's like, they're about to take this on. Well, I'm not gonna do trauma, but I'm kind of interested to see, do they go through? Oh. Alright. So, I thought of something. So, this is going to come as a big shock to the players. But, what I'm going to say is MA is going to be very interested in this next fight, because when they get to a certain person, that is probably not going to be too much of a threat. Just take out the gnome, and then you're fine. The ranger's not that much of an issue. Well, the Tabaxi is not that much of an issue. These first two fights are kind of like the proving grounds. If you can't defeat one of them, you're not going to be able to defeat any of the later ones. This is where it starts getting powerful, because this guy can take on this guy's damage. She can't reduce it, but he still goes and prevents this guy from being damaged. This guy already has high enough health, so yeah, you're essentially need to, while this guy is still dealing damage, take down this guy or close to it. And he'll probably do that for half, or at least to keep this guy alive. And once he's done, then it's like, okay, let's do that. And I do feel kind of sorry for Myra, because this is actually where I did start looking at it. It's like, oh yeah, right, they have that ability. Yeah, I should probably power that up, because, frankly, breath weapon. Most useless trait of all in D&D. I'm not kidding. I've used it maybe during the first 5 levels. Well, maybe during the first, 3 levels. But once you get to 4th level, or 4th or 5th level, and especially once you're at 10th level, it's basically like, you picked a Dragonborn, essentially for the traits, for the bonuses that it gives, and for, and you might as well have picked like brass, gold, or fire, or red, so that you essentially have resistance to fire. Er, that's basically it. I will say this, that what I was about to tell Wyron and gave up on, or at least decided to leave as a surprise, was the main threats are essentially 7 through 12. Oh, and yeah, like, this one, well, basically, the counselors are all pretty much threats outside of this one. This one, the threat is the Dragonborn. Once you take down the Dragonborn, it's not really that much of a threat. Here, kind of, once you take down the Gnome and the Tabaxi, the Minotaur, it's just like, hi, make sure you have a bunch of health potions so you can take down the Minotaur. And also do note, Mara's gonna kind of save them by saying, we're about to fight a dragon. Make sure you guys are stocked up on health potions. And you guys, we will probably want them. In fact, even Mara's gonna be buying health potions. That's how bad a dragon is. Or at least Mara's gonna be getting that so that she's not technically suspicious, essentially. And then, like, the true reasons why the elf and the half-elf are the two biggest threats is because they both have invisibility. Specifically, I forget whether it's called greater or just invisibility. Oh yeah, right. It's regular invisibility and then it's greater invisibility. So yeah, they both have greater invisibility, which means they can essentially go, and since they're concentrating on invisibility, well, yes, they can't concentrate on a different spell. They can also say, hi, firebolt, and Wyrie can't say, hi, that's cute, counterspell. Because he can't see invisible people. So he can't see the casting of firebolt. I'm sorry, he can't see the casting of fireball. So, that's essentially where they're at. And that's gonna be like a true test, essentially. And like, as they're need to deal with both of these, they're actually, well, as they're need to deal with the elf and the half elf. You also have to keep in mind that they have to deal with whoever's the melee people. Because if the melee people kind of are free to do whatever they want, they're just going to wreak havoc on the party. Okay? So, it's essentially going to be like, here is technically where you want to save spell slots. So you essentially want to do like what Bale does, and just not use your spells. But once you get to the assassins, then it's use your spells, those conservatively. So like for the first few fights, you probably don't want to use counterspell. You probably don't want to use like lightning bolt or whatever. So to be fair, they probably would be using stuff like fireball and lightning bolt essentially, because it's like if you can defeat an opponent with a fireball or a lightning bolt, it's like, do you really need to go and do like firestorm or something to take them out? It's like, yeah, it makes not as much sense. I mean, it still does make sense because you can get like more people. Because for example, for a firestorm, if you're like say right there, it's just like, hi. Well, actually more like right there, so you can actually see the room. But it's like the squares are so long as it's not so long as you can hit a square and not get to like right here to where it crosses this, you can actually create a 5-foot square on that specific thing. So like if you're right there, you can pretty much cast this entire room and use Firestorm in basically everything that's in this room just gets hit by Firestorm. And needs that deck save. I will say this. This is probably going to be the biggest... Well, if they get past these... Well, 7th through 20... through 12th, they're probably going to be golden, essentially. Because I will say this. Is in comparison to the fight with the elf and the half-elf of... Well, the caster ones of those. The half-elf of Kitsune and Hobgoblin are not that much of threats. Because it's a druid that's probably going to be set up there. The Kitsune's probably going to be there lobbing arrows at them. Spike Growth and Oil just placed down here. And then there's a Hobgoblin that's just right there. Ready to probably fire some arrows as well. And they're essentially on, well, they're only able to, let's say they're here, and the spell has kind of been like here, so it kind of just stops at the Kitsune. This guy is in the radius, but he can still see that, so he can make it. This guy doesn't have to do anything because he's ranged, but if they're there, which is technically outside the radius, as to where, or at least like right there, 7, 14, 21, 28, end of movement. Like they literally have to. That's the end of a normal movement for somebody. If you're speed, it's 35. That is where that power comes in. Because they will not be able to attack on the first turn. So, these people that are all in here, well, actually, these 3 all get free turns against them. And they essentially can't say anything to them. It's kind of insane to think about, but that's essentially how it's gotten planned. And I've essentially just taken it as like, well, I've been switching things around on this, so they probably will be able to take these people on. And keep in mind, for the XP, I will be transferring these to CRs. So, essentially, the first encounter, which is these 3 assassins, is a CR 13, 3, and 5 against their party. And that is what's going to be giving them their XP. And I essentially, with the calculator, use the adjusted if it's more, or if it is less, then I just use the normal. Because frankly, I don't want to. Well, I don't mind giving them harder challenges. For like essentially the higher level stuff. So for example, I don't mind giving them an adult green dragon. I think that they can take down an adult green dragon. Heck, I think that even if it was like this, which is how it was essentially the previous session, I think that even then, and that if they were managing their resources, they could take down these people, probably use ability, help take this guy down, and use Wyron to essentially kind of get this essentially. So like, the most that they would have is speed kind of be there to kind of just make sure that it didn't go much further. And all the while, Wyron and Kotalion are kind of just murdering the thing. And then when they got into here, it's just like, hi, just lob a massive amount of spells. And then do random loot. That was literally the plan for the week before. They decided to not do not, and that gave me time to plan the assassins, so yeah, they brought this upon themselves. And 100% they brought this upon themselves. They gave me time to plan, and well, this is why if you've done downtime, and you've done a couple weeks without any complications, that's probably like, okay, there might be something up. Let's not give the DM time to prepare. Let's just go in, try it, and trust that the DM will go and come up with something that's like a on-the-spot balanced encounter. Because basically now, actually to be fair, what I should probably do is kind of touch up on this map since I have the time now, and give them a little bit more areas that they can use. I mean, obviously, this is going to be the hallway type thing, because it's got to be big enough to where this thing can fit into it. 100%. I'm not going to get it to where, in a dragon's lair, a dragon is stopped. It's like, literally, where's the logic in that? A dragon can't move it around its own lair. So, yeah. That's essentially the story behind why they're getting screwed over, what essentially happened to kind of get them to be screwed over. Ultimately, the takeaways that I would say for them to give them is essentially figure out how, if there's something going on in the background, like use a Deus Machina point to see if there's something going on, if there's things going on in the background. Because that's technically a hint to something going on, but it's not telling you what's going on. And if they did a Deus Ex Machina point of, do we feel that there's like Deus Ex Machina point, is there something going on that might affect this for next week if we wait? I probably would have said, you feel like if you don't do it now, there might be enemies that come in. And that's the sign to say, okay, well, it's either MA's going to plan something, there's people that are already on us that are going to be prepared for that, or something, so we probably should do it now. And they will have had the chance to kind of go through this with with kind of like lines like right here and here, essentially, because I was just doing this as, well, this is essentially me doing a speed map. Just so that if they wanted to fight the dragon, they could. And then they would have had to deal with this. Or rather, with these people. Now they do, because they've been planned. And they've been planned for several weeks. It's just, I've not been able to come up with why they would be attacking and a place that they would be attacking from. So basically, if they didn't attack here, I was probably going to be preparing them to be attacking in mimicry. Either way, they were being attacked in some dungeon. And the main reason for that is because in a dungeon, they can just kind of dispose of the bodies. It doesn't really matter on how they die, so long as the bodies get disposed of. And that's essentially where it's at. And that's essentially why they're doing being attacked now opposed to in the city. Plus, in the city, there's a whole lot of witnesses. So while yes, they could probably get away easier because of all the thieves stuff, they also more likely to deal with. Hi, let's just take on this person that is going to not even be anywhere in this thing, and they're just an innocent bystander, and because we casted a spell, now they're dead. And that is not something that the assassins would do, because they're assassins, they don't want to be charged for murder. Heck, they don't even care if they get murdered now. I mean, if they can peacefully get out the revenge, which is like, essentially they bribe them off. Which yes, they could bribe them off. But basically, it's either they bribe them off, or they return this thing's head. Well, basically the rogue's head. That is essentially how they get finished, or at least prove that they've done the revenge. Bring back something from theirs. Which, to be fair, MA probably could have had a camera on them, essentially. And it's kind of just due to that it's like, hi, I takes a picture of them with their horde, or them, like they hear a flash. Actually, yeah, that does. I do like that idea. They're gonna have a flash. Well, they're gonna have a camera, and that's essentially gonna be how they determine that they're assassins. So, essentially, they're looting. They'll probably hear a camera go off. And that's the signal that this is what they stole, or at least they had. Here's the proof that we've stolen it. And you can now say, hey, this is what happened. We stole, this entire thing got stolen from them. This is what happens. Well, actually, yeah, just do that, and then take another picture when they're actually down. And essentially, if they can agree to giving up most, if not all, of the horde, and essentially having the picture of them on the ground, then the assassins would just be like, alright, we've done our job. We don't need to kill you. We've proven that, well, they kind of just rough them up a little bit, essentially. So it's kind of like, they made sure that a cleric gets over there. Say, it's probably gonna hurt, but make sure that you just take this. They cast like a fireball, and it kind of just, they just kind of make sure that everybody gets down on the ground, is kind of like hurt. Either they just use like Cone Cold, essentially, and take everybody down. And then the clerics just kind of make sure that everybody stays somewhat up. So if it's like their eyes are closed, it's like, okay, heal. And just heal them until they wake up. And then they take a picture of them on the ground. And there is their entire revenge. And they didn't kill any of the players. The players took damage, yes, but they didn't have to die. And essentially the assassins kind of just have now been bribed off, because they've gotten pictures of revenge and stuff. So that would be all for that line. However, that's if they want to do that. They could also decide, you know what? No, screw that. We're gonna fight them we're gonna fight them to the hardest we can, and we are going to essentially fight until our dying breaths. At which point, I will probably say, player to DM, DM to player, you are an idiot, but nice job on character. And that's essentially the assassins. It's like, yes, they're assassins, but they don't technically have to be assassinating them. They can get by with the assassins without the assassins essentially murdering them or attempting to murder them. So the first one, the first set is going to be probably just like the little trial party, and so they essentially just go like, yeah, that's a nice sword there. Why don't you give it to us? And if they, they have the chance to kind of barter with them, do insert thing here, and kind of just get out of that fight. So I really do like that idea. And I definitely would say that it's definitely a very good idea to have, it's kind of a very good way to keep it kind of how it is, so that if they do kind of get into those fights, they can't blame me. They decided to fight. I gave them an option to kind of be like, yeah, no, let's not do this. Let's just kind of fight and get out of it. And they chose not. So, yeah. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say about this. That's all the lore that I kind of wanted to list off. Definitely should be an interesting encounter. I can't wait to see how they deal with not only the resource management of this, but to be fair, they're going to have to fight this, thinking that this is the final thing. So, they will not know too much that there's people preparing the area over here for essentially a final stand. Which, when they come out, they will still have to deal with the oil there. Hands down. It's just that the second time, they're not going to be needing to deal with it. And they might actually be wanted for causing a forest fire because, yeah, hi, trees. Trees are flammable. Here's there, and so they're probably going to cause the supports of this place to go on fire. So, yeah, they're probably going to be looking at thousands upon thousands of plats and damage. Or at least 1,000 gold in damage. That gets caused by that forest fire. And so, essentially, after that point, it's like, forest fire. There might be a couple that kind of just be like, okay, disable the spells. Let's get out of here. And, which at that point, then it's like, yeah. We failed to go and do anything to them. However, we can now say that the entire forest fire, which I will roll to see how bad that forest fire gets. And essentially what it will be is, oh, whoops. I forgot to put that on. But yeah, basically, for that, it's essentially like 67% of this forest goes and gets burned. Then 92% of Scarlet Vale gets burned. Which, with how big of a city Scarlet Vale is, that might actually be 1,000 plat. uh, and they have to pay that. So the entire horde of the dragon is probably going to be there, and then this guy could say that, hey, I know who who people did, so he gets the reward for turning in who caused the forest fire. If there's even anybody that caused the forest fire. And then now they know who to go and blame for the damages. So, if they cause the forest fire, it is actually something that, well, yes, it gets them off. It also causes a whole lot of problems for them. Because they could also be viewed as terrorists at that point. Which I would also probably do like a probability check. Well, actually no, I would call a D20. And essentially it's like, you guys brought this upon yourselves. Call high or low. They failed that. They're considered terrorists. And the only thing that can save them is MA. Well, slightly on Mara, but more on MA, because MA is kind of the person that's like, yeah, hi. You're my friend. I protect you. And he literally goes and gives this little piece of paper to everybody. It's like, you in trouble? You showed this piece of paper. It's like, don't read it. It's like, alright. Shows to somebody. They unravel it. It's like, give up or die. MA. It's like, folds it up, and it's like, you're free to go, as he just slowly holds it back in with his eyes wide in shock. I'm gonna go this way now, as he just runs quickly in the complete opposite direction of where the party was heading. And that is how MA is. He is that feared, because everybody knows that's like, well, he's been able to kill kings, he's been able to kill nobles, he's been able to kill basically anybody that he's wanted to kill. Oh, like basically nobody's known, I can't speak. Nobody's known a single target that he's failed to kill. And that's why everybody's terrified of him. As well as the fact that his house is Simi, where it's like, hi, Terescu outside. It's like, looks at Terescu. It's like, looks at person there. It's like, well, looks at person feeding the Terescu. It's like, he just waves and says, howdy, hey, how are you? Person just starts running in fear. He's just like, business as usual, I guess then. And then just says, oh well, yeah, feel free. If you need more, I'm just gonna go. I can go get more. Because to be fair, he technically, like actually, yeah, I might as well state this. Yeah, like MA is technically a god. And he definitely does have the powers of life and death, essentially. So he is able to kind of prevent people from dying, and also, as stated, well, actually I might as well state this. Nah, I'm gonna leave that as a surprise, but anyway, MA, when he's around, he can literally say, let's see, you shouldn't die, you shouldn't die, you shouldn't die. Death protection. On all of them. Just straight up, because he does not want them to die. And that's his thing. And I've already canonicized that, so I have to canonicize that he's a life/death god, essentially. So if you're running a death domain or a life domain cleric in this, you can take, if you know about MA, in which you should only be doing this in specific occasions, because as MA does not announce that he's a god, and nobody really knows that he's a god. So, essentially, you probably have known MA if you're essentially a paladin or a cleric of MA. Uh, uh, and the reason why I say that is because he really always says, well, only the people that are close to him know that he's God. Nobody else does. It's just like, hi, he's this person that has done things, and the party is just like, okay, well, this guy's been around and we've not been able to die. Huh. Is there a connection, and if so, what is that connection? And that's the thing. And they don't know. Which is what makes it so great. So, yeah, anyway, I've gone on for long enough. This is, as stated, the world map. I hope you all kind of enjoyed it, and especially hope that you all enjoyed it if you saw it on the stream. I'm probably going to change up a lot of this grassland, though. Because, yeah, frankly, there's a lot of grassland. I would say that there probably should be a couple more areas where there's swamps. And also definitely a couple more areas where there's hills. Because currently there's like 16 tiles of hills, 16 tiles of swamp, and the main tiles is forest. The second most is grasslands. Third is mountains, I guess, or a mountainish area. And then the fourth currently is coastal. And no, that's not coastal. That's a desert. The beach that's along the ocean is coastal. That's probably fifth, but and that's sixth, and then those two kind of just combine for, tie for, like, seventh, I think. And oh wait, no, you shifted all of them down one. What's coming is the Underdark, mainly because the Underdark is literally everywhere. You can't, like, literally, you just go into here and then, hi, you can be in the Underdark, and despite no Underdark entrance being here, you can be in this part, this country's Underdark. And that is a thing. Like, that's literally how the Underdark is. It's just simply a cave system. So, it is what it is. But yeah, like I said, I've gone for a while. I've stated on the lore. I've kind of went over basically every single thing. So I would say that this is enough of a session. I definitely am I definitely can't wait for them to get back to mimicry. Even more so to see how they deal with everything here. Because once that they get to the session, or at least once that they get to there, it's like they've locked in, and once they start doing the fights, they cannot blame me for anything. They went and chose to do every single thing. Like I gave them the chance to stock up on a bunch of healing items. I gave them the chance to get out of the combat. I gave them the chance and to essentially even possibly not die. At which point, if MA is, but if they're gone up and it's essentially being like talked down, and they then resume the fight, it's like, yeah, hi, I'm not gonna save you for you being an idiot. Should have gotten the story once that side was not attacking you. And when you were able to get up, and somebody then went over to heal your ally, who then went attacked and stupidly. it's your fault for you dying, not mine. That's essentially how it made us. It was like, he would be protecting them from death until essentially it's, hi, they have nothing. So, I will say this. The things that you will not protect from death, or at least the people you will not protect from death. Jonathan, Connor, and Mara, unless there's some reason why he would want Mara alive. Like, if he doesn't care about us, you're able to die. He does not care. Chances are you're probably gonna die. If you're like that. But, yeah, that's besides the point. And so, I know that this is like about, what, the third or fifth time that I've tried ending, but yeah. Anyway, this time for sure, I thank everyone so much for watching, and, well, I thank everyone so much for watching the expansion of the lore that I've now officially stated, kind of me talking through as to how do they kind of see all this, and how do I get it so that, well, technically I've now foreshadowed it. I've now foreshadowed that there's people after them. It's now just kind of giving them that little escape route out that is their choice, so that it's not just like, hi, this is now a thing, deal with it, and good luck. So it kind of just is like, alright, so camera flashes. Here's now your two options. Choose which one do you want to do. One is more deadly, one is more costly. Well, the dangerous one might also be the costly one, but still. Well, it depends. And so, ultimately, that's where everything stands in the session, and hopefully they stock up on lots of health potions, and by lots, I mean probably about 50. Like, they could probably do a couple more rounds of trying to do pit fighting and stuff like that. But probably they're gonna have better luck in doing and like but they would only want to do that if they can actually, well, if they don't have enough for the health potions, which I'll look up and multiply it by 10 because they're in the capital. So the demand in the capital is a whole lot higher, hence why the price is a whole lot higher. Because it's supply and demand. But yeah, that's essentially all I have to say. And with that, I will essentially see everyone for the session tomorrow. And I do apologize for session 5 and 6 being as late as they are, because essentially session 5, I've kind of just given up at this point. I'm now going to just go back to it, mute, we'll figure out where do I start making the like little house area, and that's essentially it. Either that or I just re-import the stream and use the stream and boost that thing's audio. And then just with all the other stuff, kind of have it be like a little bit more of time lapses. But yeah, Session 6 is behind because audio. Because, yeah, hi, I screwed up on audio, and yeah, it's been a while. So, anyway, that's it. Hopefully I can start getting the sessions back a little bit more on track. But I have so many different things to do. It's going to be a pain. Hopefully I can manage everything as well as building sessions. And I might just kind of cut out these sessions. So if it's like how it is, just know that means that I was trying to do like 1,001 things to do. Well, 1,001 things and just manage it. So, with that, I will see everyone hopefully for the session tomorrow or ultimately whenever I next see you all.